very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Welcome to the 5th China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Preliminary Round Competition. My name is Sylvia. What a great pleasure for me to be your host today. Now, today is the comprehensive category, team who have minimum viable product generating some revenue and have a vision for your impact in the future. Now, we have a total of 12 teams from Singapore, Cambodia, and Thailand too. Now, without much further ado, shall we put our hands together right now and welcome our chairman, Mr. Andrew Chow, for his welcome address. Mr. Andrew Chow, please.
Wow, a very good morning, everyone. You know, I'm so excited standing here today after 4 or 5 months of preparation. And it's also because I am the only one today on set. And of course, in life, I can always walk around freely on this stage. But really, I want to tell you a story about the organizing committee. We are always in the startup space, but this is really a journey. The entrepreneurship journey is not easy. Like any other startup, we have come a long way. For the past 3 years, it's really tough because of COVID. And we can't blame it on COVID because COVID affected everyone. And to talk about startup, I like to talk about MVP. Now, I know you're watching now and you must be thinking, Andrew, you must be talking about minimum viable product, right? Wrong. I'm going to tell you 3 different things or 3 new things about MVP. M stands for maximum. In 2020, we were doing very minimum for the China-ASEAN competition. We were on Zoom. We give people a functional platform to pitch, but that wasn't enough. Today, we do the maximum. We have this extended reality studio to get you to the top. Remember, guys, doing minimum may get you here, but doing maximum will get you somewhere on top. So remember, do your maximum, do your best to realize your goal. Now, what is V? V doesn't mean viable. V, in my case, is being visible. In 2020, we were only able to make this event barely viable because of COVID-19. But we understand this year, we need to work with a lot of startups. We need to work with a lot of venture capitalists. We need to work with a lot of angel investors. So remember, you need to be visible because it's a matter of substance versus form. If you have substance and no one knows about you, you know what? You become the world's best kept secret. So be visible in order to get to the next level. Last but not least, P. P stands for purpose. You may have a great product, just like what we did in 2020. We were able to offer our startup a gateway to China through the help of Cloud Bay, of course. But in 2022, we decided that our greater purpose is to create a startup ecosystem to create more value and help for the startup to the rest of the world. So the lesson here is this. You must know your purpose. Do not fall in love with your product because your product means nothing if there's no purpose. So to conclude my short speech today, it's good to start with the minimum viable product, but it's more important to finish off with the maximum visible purpose. Let me say that again. You need to finish off with the maximum visible purpose. And have fun, everyone. Enjoy the game, enjoy the pitch, enjoy the feedback from the judges. Take it away, Sylvia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is, of course, ladies and gentlemen, our chairman, which is Mr. Andrew Chow. And indeed, I totally agree with the MVP, which is maximum visible purpose. Do not fall in love with your products only. Make sure they have this 3 MVP, which is proudly brought to you by Mr. Andrew Chow, our chairman. Now, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce to you a little bit more about our judges, our mentors, of course, our participating partners, etc., and our organizing partners too. Now, this competition is hosted by Nanning Municipal D&R Commission, organized by Nanning Municipal Big Data Bureau, Nanning Foreign Affairs Office, and Cloud Bay Big Data Industry Development Company Limited. The event organizer is Ideal Mark. From the government side of support, we have Enterprise Singapore, we have Malaysian Global Innovation and Creativity Center. Now, from the university partners, we have our Singapore University of Social Sciences, Chulalongkorn University, UNIMAS, Singapore Management University. How about from our commercial partner side? This is where we have our Scape Singapore, AP Media, the 2B Campus, Sennheiser, Seed Legals, Trevor, New XP Group, Advantage Digital, 广西双语教育咨询有限公司, Key Reply, IG International Group, Axion, and Hans Grohe. Now, for our venture capitalists, who do we have? We have our Plug and Play Tech Center, funded here, Optimal Investment. How about accelerator and our incubator? We have our QBO, Global Innovation Exchange, Idea Space, Startup Junkie, and Accelerator. How about non-profit organization? Give it up for our Business China Singapore. Right now, we're going to tell you a little bit more about our competition format right here. Now, there will be a 6 to 8 minutes pitch video in which we will show you from each and every team. Now, right after the pitch performance, there will be a 5 minutes live Q&A with our panel of judges. Top 6 finalists will be announced today evening via our Facebook, Instagram, and our LinkedIn pages. Now, do remember to follow us on social media. You can see it on the screen right now, be it whether it's Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, or YouTube. You've got to follow us all. Next up, of course, we're going to tell you a little bit more about our judges. Wow, our distinguished judges is awesome. From CEO, Executive Director, Shaw Investment APAC Private Limited, we have Mr. Ivan Liu Kwan Ping. We also have our co-founder and CEO, Mayro and She Loves Data, our Jane Marie Zikova. Senior Lecturer, University Malaysia Sarawak, we have Dr. Chey Wai Xiang. Our Chief Data Innovation Officer from the Bank of Singapore, Celine Lecotonian. Our partner from Farquhar VC, we have Mr. Alvin Ng. So this will be our judging criteria that we are showing you on the screen right now over there. Now, for our project plan, right, we have our innovation and creativity, which is 30 points. Our commercial value, 20 points. Public service is very important, 30 points. Returns on investment analysis, 10 points. Marketing strategy, another 10 points too. Now, not forgetting our pitch performances too. These are the criteria. For critical thinking, there will be a 40 points allocated to it. Delivery of response, 30 points. Excellence flow, 20 points. And last but not least, team synergy at 10 points right there. So you have seen our judging criteria. And of course, we're going to kickstart this very, very exciting competition right now. From our team number 1 by the name of Follow Trade. Now, with the global search and retail investors, there is unfortunately no existing trading platforms in Southeast Asia that is able to connect these investors in one single network. Now, Team Follow Trade hence seeks to connect friends and families so that they can share and follow each other's investment journey in a simple and transparent way. Without much further ado, we're going to show you our team number 1, Follow Trade. Take it away.
Hello, and welcome to Follow Trade. Let's talk about retail investment. Retail investing has become a global trend where we can identify 3 levels of investors: non-traders, inexperienced traders, and experienced traders. There is no existing trade platform, however, in Southeast Asia that can connect these investors together in a single network. So let us take an example. Dina, Remus, and Kenneth, who can also be friends or family members. Let's take Dina first. Dina is a trade newbie motivated by her friends' gains in stocks and cryptos, but she's overwhelmed by the information overload. She desires to learn from a credible mentor. Remus, on the other hand, is a retail trader, but his trade performance results do not mirror his learning efforts in trading. Remus desires to optimize results with less time and effort. And Kenneth, who is a star trader, is proficient in market analysis. He desires to monetize his expertise in trade and advice that he provides. Follow Trade is a social trading app that allows families and friends to share and follow each other's investment journey easily. New traders can trade without having any troubles, while existing traders can potentially increase their profits by either copying the trades of star traders or becoming star traders themselves. So, why us? Our team has 1. Deep expertise in finance, artificial intelligence, and bot trading. 2. We have no direct competitors in the Southeast Asia. And 3. We operate in a large and growing market. So, let me elaborate. Our team of 5 collectively has 60 years of finance experience and 30 years in managing finance startups. Professor Roy, our CEO and founder, has more than 20 years of global investment banking experience and provides corporate governance stability. Dr. Wheeler, our CTO and co-founder, has a PhD in computer engineering and deep expertise in artificial intelligence and bot trading. Follow Trade also has been awarded the MAS FinTech Solidarity Grant and is certified in FinTech by Singapore FinTech Association. We are located at the intersection of e-broker and social communities. Looking at the many stocks in crypto e-brokers and community forums, we have many adjacent competitors. However, we have no direct social trading competitor in the Southeast Asia, and eToro being the only global competitor. Many people cannot distinguish between copy trading and social trading. So let me explain. Copy trading targets users who know how to trade and provide them with technical tools to generate alpha. Most copy trading players focus on FX and CFDs. Social trading, on the other hand, targets those who fear trading and provide an interactive community that makes trading simple and fun, generating trust. Follow Trade is currently focused only on Southeast Asia listed stocks and crypto, but we intend to expand our product offering to be more diversified in future. We have a huge and growing total addressable market of 21 trillion Singapore dollars underpinned by secular growth drivers. Our serviceable addressable market is estimated at 921 million Singapore dollars, and our serviceable obtainable market is estimated at 100 million Singapore dollars. So, 65 beachhead customers have expressed interest in Follow Trade. We are maintaining communication and providing with updates through our corporate website and mailing list. They will in turn encourage their families and friends to join and grow our platform.
Our customer journey begins when Dina registers on Follow Trade, engages with other investors in practicing trading with virtual currency. And after getting comfortable with the platform and community, Remus then activates his brokerage account to go live. And upon reaching investment maturity, Kenneth can enjoy the full trading experience of Follow Trade. Follow Trade is a responsible social trading platform that incentivizes Kenneth and mitigates risks for Remus and Dina. Star traders will start at silver status and will progress to gold status, diamond, and platinum status once they have met the certain criteria. Regardless of the status, they have to maintain a transparent profile and are subject to leverage restrictions. We have 3 levels of risk monitoring: MAS regulatory compliance from our brokerage partners, our master AI, and strategy level monitoring bot that monitors the trading patterns of star traders and assign a risk score. The scores will also help other traders to choose who to copy, preventing a mismatch in risk profiles. Follow Trade is growing rapidly and has more than 200 monthly active users. We plan to monetize our social community through training, trading, and bot subscription revenue. We have signed training collaborations with renowned universities to conduct trading and investing workshops that are eligible for Skills Future subsidies. And so far, we have generated revenue from 424 paying workshop customers in the past 6 quarters. Our SGX stocks and crypto e-broker partners, UOB Kay Hian and Gemini Exchange, will provide a rebate of 0.05% trading commissions to Follow Trade for providing such service. We offer a free-to-use spot trading service that allows users to try algo trading. They can also choose to pay our premium service to access the premium bots that have proven track records. Our go-to-market strategy has 3 stages. In stage 1, we will target groups of friends and families to join Follow Trade. And in stage 2, we want them to combine and trust between each other. And in stage 3, we will reach out to individual traders to join the community. In stage 1, we will use social media marketing to increase the awareness of our social trade. And in stage 2, we will break down trust barriers by having some features in app and also some physical events. And in stage 3, we will have more targeted campaigns and referral programs. Follow Trade is revenue generating in 2021, and with our grants, we will complete our prototype in 2022. And in 2023, we expect to capture a 0.5% of our SOM, which will result in a total revenue of 928,000 Sing dollars, implying a 12-month CapEx break-even. We have secured the initial commitments for our seed round and with the drawdown pending full seed raise. And we are now asking for our stakeholders to provide us with the remaining seed funding to accelerate the product development and to build up our product development and operations team. Thank you, and we invite you to join the Follow Trade investment journey.
Thank you very much. That is, of course, our Team 1 from Follow Trade. And of course, we'd like to invite them up here on stage because I do believe that our judges have got lots of questions for them. So come on, everybody, give it up for our Team 1 Follow Trade. Hi, good morning. How are you today? Are you excited?
Yes.
Can you check out the camera right in front over there? You can see all our judges. They're on standby. I just wonder, will there be a Simon Cowell in the judges, you know? Will there be? Someone's going to be very nasty to you. No. Okay. I'm not going to, worry you too much, okay? So I'm going to leave you with the judges over there looking at the camera. And judges, please do take it away.
Good morning, judges.
Good morning. I would like to ask you there are 2 questions I want to ask. One is, how are you going to return your funds to your investor? How do you monetize them? That's one question. The second question is your KYC to the when you return the money to the people who traded online.
Sorry, maybe I will address the questions separately. So I will clarify the first question is that how Follow Trade would monetize the investors who invest in Follow Trade. So I think like Follow Trade, we believe that for social trading is going to be like a very huge market potential because like we identify eToro, which have a very prominent market presence globally. It's done very well in US, Europe, and Australia, and now it hasn't shown any presence in Asia. But we do know that in 2021, in May, eToro has already submitted its application for license to enter Singapore, submitted the application to MAS. So we have already tried in Singapore about Follow Trade, about this social trading, and we want to expand it to China as well. Yeah, so but I believe like this kind of like market potential would kind of like assure the investors that Follow Trade is going to perform well and it's going to exceed in this like whole social trading industry. Yeah, so maybe could you like further like clarify about question 2, like repeat it once again?
Okay, I think the first question is very simple. Is I borrow money from you, how are you going to return me, and how and when you're going to return me? That was my question actually. My second question is KYC, know your client. So whenever you have, like, for example, Bitcoin, somebody buy Bitcoin. When they want to come back to your bank account when they make money, the bank, where is it from? So the bank will, then if you say it's from Bitcoin, straight away the bank will not let the transaction go through. So my question is, how do you ensure KYC in your sense?
So it's like
know your client.
So it's like ensuring like there's no scam, ensuring that they are like, for example, like the star traders, they are star traders themselves. Like we have identified their qualification, is it? So speaking about the first question, I will address about like our progress about development of follow trade. So our product, which is still under development, we will finish it in 2022, and we expect to launch it in 2023. So as also like shown in like the appendix, so like it will be. Currently, our revenue was generated from training, and also further revenue will also come from bot subscription when our product is going to launch in 2023. Yeah, so about the second question, know our client. So how can we ensure that the star traders, they're not scam, they can be trusted? So I think this is the nature of follow trade. So maybe I should clarify, maybe I should like differentiate about copy trading and social trading once again. So copy trading, it focuses on alpha. It targets at people who know how to trade already, and whatever they will look at is about the alpha. For example, like 50% return, like 20% return, we will definitely go for the 50% return, like provided that other criteria are roughly like on the same point. But for social trading, the basis is on trust. So which means that it's also at our first stage, we will target at families and friends, so you know each other already. So for example, I know my father. Maybe he's not like doing exactly like very, very good, maybe just 5% return. But compared to like a 50% return for a stranger, I may go for my father because he is trustable. So this kind of like trust is the foundation for follow trade, is the foundation for social trading. So it is also the foundation about how we identify like our star traders are not scam, because they are a group of friends, they are in close connections. Hope that answers your question.
Hi, hello, Celine. Sorry. I would like to ask you two questions. So first of all, how do you intend to attract the star trader, right? There are multiple of trading platform already available there. And so, you know, what's in it for them, right? Why would they move to follow trade, right? They are already on interactive broker or whatever. And another one, there is a big trading platform, right? Mumu in China. How do you actually intend to penetrate the Chinese market, right? What is your value proposition for the Chinese customer?
Yeah, so for follow trade, is combining like a social community with the trading. So if you say, yeah, indeed, we have many like adjacent competitors, for example, like Zulu Trade or like Futu, but we will identify them more about copy trading. It's not social trading. So we only identify eToro as the only global direct competitor with us, because their aim is to make the trading like simple and fun, also like for non-traders. So in terms of going into China market, so I think how we could differentiate ourselves from eToro is that for eToro, they have already like identified like expand their customer to strangers already. But for follow trade, we will still work on groups of friends and families together.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is up. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, I guess how's the question so far from the judges? All right, right? Not too bad?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Once again, shall we give it up for our team one, follow trade. Thank you so much. Wow. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it takes a lot of courage, and you've got to be really smart to stand right here to answer all our judges' questions right there, right? That is, of course, our team number one, follow trade. Now we're going to move on to another two more teams before we have a short break, okay? Now, team number two, lesson plan. Lesson plan is an enrichment marketplace that simplifies the way parents search for enrichment lessons, and of course provides tools for teachers to promote their services. It allows parents to find, instantly book, and pay for highly rated offline and online classes at times and location that will work for them. As a marketplace, Lesson Plan helps teachers to promote their services and fill their slots, combined with a minimum ERP, which is in short for Enterprise Resource Planning, that gets them paid upfront every single month. Isn't that exciting? All right now let's check out the peach performance from our team number two, Lesson Plan. Let's go.
Welcome to Lesson Plan. In the next couple of slides, we will bring you through the journey of Lesson Plan and of course, what we aim to achieve in the end. My name is Han Rong. In the earlier years, I was a freelance coach. Lucky for me, I was pretty popular and had about 60 students just with words of mouth. Danny came along, he appreciates my teaching skills and popularity, and together with me, we established a swim school. Through some basic marketing, like creating a website and giving flyers, we managed to grow the school to about 500 students in 5 years. We thought we were pretty good until we met Mike. We engaged Mike as a marketing agency for our school. In just 6 months, he brought us another 500 more students. So through running a swim school and through the years, we experienced firsthand the hardships teachers had to go through to scale their businesses to new heights. But we overcame it all. Over the years, we interacted with thousands of parents. We understand what goes through the mind of parents when they want to choose and buy a class, what their considerations are. But before we continue, let me introduce the founding team. So there is me, I'm the coach. I'm the leading man in the big swim school for over 10 years. There's Danny, he is the CEO. He serves as the sales director for leading MNCs like Fuji Xerox and Thomson Reuters. He has great experience in opening and scaling markets. So there is Mike. He runs a successful digital marketing agency. His clients include companies like Sofitel, Wisdom, and even CapitaLand. He is also an adjunct lecturer for digital marketing in polytechnics and universities. So what are we solving? There are 3 main issues now. First, parenting issues. Parenting is already difficult, but to juggle between parenting and work is harder. Trying to find suitable classes in between schedules is even harder. So number 2, children. Children nowadays are spending too much screen time on mobile devices, watching videos and playing games. How nice would it be if time is spent on picking up another skill like learning to play a piano or even learning how to swim? Number 3, teachers. They are great educators, but they may not be good website builders, good at marketing, or even good administrators. So even if they are, they may not have the time to juggle so many things at one time. So in the next slide, Mike will explain how we can solve these issues. Over to you, Mike.
Cool. Thanks, Han Rong. Right, so what is the solution that we offer? The solution is a marketplace that connects parents and teachers through a personalized journey powered by data. Right. It helps the parent instantly confirm a class, provide them with a consolidated peer review, and it helps the teacher fill up the existing slots to maximize their revenue, and also simplify the administrative process that take up a lot of their time through a mini ERP that was built in. So how does it work? Right, a parent simply goes to a website, browse the class by time, location, and price, and next they review the list of available class, and before they instantly confirm and pay for the classes, and there you go, a class is booked in real time. So we are in a huge enrichment market today, where 70% of this market is offline classes, and 10% of this already is a 20 billion revenue stream for us. We're not doing something rocket science and new here, right? They are really validated concept in the market today. Right, we look at Coursera, OutSchool, they are marketplaces that offer lessons, they are listed and sold, but they do not address the offline market, which is 8 times bigger. Then you have ClassPass and MindBody, they are marketplaces for fitness and sports, but they do not cater for the children, the kids. They only focus on the adult industry. And lastly, we have Carousel and Craigslist that provide listings, but they do not provide payment and instant confirmations, right? So, and before other than that, these are already unicorns in the market. So what makes us different, right? What is our USP here? Right, for parents, it's all about convenience and time, as Han Rong already mentioned. Right, parents have no time, and there's a lot of it takes a lot of time to book a class and the to and fro with the coaches. Right, so we make it easy for the parents to find, buy, and manage their kids' classes on our platform. Now, for the teacher, it's all about supporting them, right, with their business by providing them a platform to list their classes, make it easy for them to manage, and then most importantly, help them get paid on time. Right. So next, I'll let Danny talk about the business model of our platform. Danny.
Thanks, Mike. So our business model is fairly straightforward. We take a 10% commission on every transaction that happens on lesson plan. As Mike mentioned, we are in the education industry. It's hugely lucrative, and from experience, we know that people learn a subject over time, right? Normally in a span of 2 years, not within weeks or months. So the lifetime value is actually pretty long for 2 years, right? And it's a huge opportunity for us to earn recurring payments within that time span. The China market size is huge, right? It's worth 137 billion, right? And the lesson plan, we have an average class fee about $150. That means a $15 revenue for us every month for every student on the platform, right? And to achieve just a 0.1 market share within China would represent $137 million of GMV revenue for us. So some of the growth tactics we're going to employ to help us be more efficient in entering the market is that we will co-market with like-minded merchants and schools to offset some of our marketing costs. When we market together with these schools, we leverage their brand and reputation. It's always a win-win for both parties, right? And there are so many marketplaces in China right now. We can leverage some of the traffic there, right, to redirect them into lesson plan to help to growth hack our marketplace. For change management, we actually help the schools with the adoption. So the process will be simplified with our help, right? And it makes it an easier transition for them. And lastly, we also partner with unions and even government initiatives to digitize the entire enrichment market and industry. So these are some of our notable merchants. On the first row, you will find the top swim schools within Singapore. And then the second row, these are the leading merchants for the different subjects, including Sambo, Judo, volleyball, and even tennis. So some testimonials of our existing users is that from parents, it saves them a lot of time and trouble looking for classes. And on the management part, it's easy for them. It also helps them to find new classes very easily. And for the teachers and schools, then it's one single place for them to sell their classes, right? And also to collect their fees automatically. So thank you for your time. This is Lesson Plan, and we hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you.
Wow, that is, of course, a peach performance from our team number 2 lesson plan. You know what? I always heard people say that you need to at least have the entire kampong just to raise a kid. So I think it's really awesome for our lesson plan to be able to help out not just the children, the parents, and even in terms of marketing for the teachers too. All right, I believe that each and every one of you would love to hear from them yourself, right? So shall we give a big round of applause and welcome our team 2 lesson plan to come up here in the studio with us. Hi, gentlemen. I believe you guys really would have, help a lot of parents and a lot of children and teachers, right? But then I'm not professional enough. Let's check out our judges. Look in the camera over there. Hi, say wave and say hi to our judges. All right. I believe they have lots of questions for you. I'm going to leave you with them, all right? Judges, please go ahead.
Can I start with asking you about your marketing strategy? How are you going to market it? We didn't hear much about it. How I understand you will be collaborating with governmental offices, with various different bodies. It sounds very complex. So what is your strategy on tackling all those various different organizations and stakeholders to get your marketing strategy right?
Yep. So this Mike. Let me take that question. Right. So I think at the start, because Han Rong and Danny already own a swim school, so the initial marketing strategy was really to onboard their school already to test bit the platform, but at the same time to get the parents know about lesson plan, and that helps to build the awareness and the word of mouth of lesson plan itself. And based on that initial data, we can also use some current social media marketing tools to map the audience, to find people who are like them. We call them lookalike audience in Facebook ads, for example. Right, that help us reach out to a sphere of a network that knows lesson plans somehow, maybe from their friends, from word of mouth. So it's easier for us to convert this kind of audience who already knows a little bit about us. And we also run the SEO campaigns, right? So I run a marketing agency, so I kind of know that kind of tactics and tactical approach of this, right? So at the very start, even lesson plan, the name, right, is SEO engineered. Right, we look at what is the kind of name we want to have and what is the demand, the search volume already present in Singapore market. And lesson plan was one of the top choice based on the search volume we observe, right? And that
I stopped you there. And then if we focus on China, it's going to be a completely different strategy than in Singapore, which is a small market and word of mouth can function here. But China is a different beast. So what's your strategy there?
Yeah, I think during the pitch, Danny talked a little bit about that, which is something that we are trying to explore in Singapore even, which is through the marketplace, existing marketplace platform that already exists in China. I think that would be a good start for us to gain the market share and drive some awareness about lesson plan, and then move them towards lesson plan for enrichment marketplace, right? So from a generic marketplace that coaches already listed classes in China, move them towards a sports or enrichment focused marketplace or lesson plan. Yeah, I think that would be the first entry point.
In China, how do you intend to cover, right, the provider, right? Because China is a huge market, right? So where do you intend to start, right? Have you already looked? Is it more like Beijing, Shanghai, Chengdu? What's your strategy, right? China is a big country.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. Absolutely, China is huge. And I think from where we are coming from, we are looking at, as part of this competition, Nanning. But apart from that, we are actually looking for partners who can actually bring us through the inroads in China, where, Yana previously mentioned as well, it's a completely different market. Facebook is not as prevalent in China as it is in Singapore. WeChat is preferred. There's many apps.
I don't think it's even available in China. Yeah.
So we definitely need a partner there, and having a partner to navigate that complex space is definitely what we're looking for as a first strategy. Yeah.
If I may ask one more question, are you aware that tuition extra curriculum in China has recently been banned? So how do you address that?
Absolutely. So that was more on the academic front. Children's being stressed out, kids, families burning monies, hundreds of dollars every month to get the kids up to speed with the entire system, right? But we are a bit different, right? Lesson plan, we're not just talking about academic improvements. We're not talking about just mathematics, English, singing, or even chemistry or science. We're talking about swimming here. We're talking about enrichment classes, activities, sports, right? Martial arts, skills that people can learn, actually improve their lives, right? It's more of a holistic character building kind of thing rather than just being purely academic. So I guess that's the main difference to your question.
I think we still have time for some questions if you guys have.
Absolutely. We still have 1 more minute timing right here, judges.
Have you started to look at existing platforms, especially on the Chinese market? I use Pingo Space already like 8 years ago, right, in China to book class for my kids. So have you looked at, I haven't followed up on the development of this industry, but there are already existing channel, especially through WeChat, right? Usually you pay and you book through WeChat. So I would not go to Tmall or Taobao, right, to book a class for my kids, right? It's more of a social, How do you look at that?
Just a quick one on that, right? I think the Facebook group in this part of the world, it's also existing. Coaches go through Facebook groups to get classes and so on. It's not much difference from what you just mentioned about WeChat group and so on, right? But I think at some point they have.
Yeah, but you don't pay on Facebook, right? There is no payment capability.
Yes.
Where WeChat is different.
But there is a community front where you need to know the person, then you can connect. In marketplace, people will come and search for us, and then we will be there present from an organic point of view.
And there you are. Thank you very much. I hope you have answered all the questions from the judges. All right. One particular question really freaked me out, which is the part where I said, do you know that tuition is banned in China? And I think that was a very good comeback from you guys saying that, it's not just academic wise, right? Thank you very much. Yes, of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give it up for our gentlemen from our lesson plan. Thank you very much. Thank you. That is super awesome. All right. Now, that is, of course, our team number 2. We're going to go to our team number 3, and thereafter, we're going to take a short break. Yeah. Now, team number 3, Inner Circle, is a video professional network for professionals to monetize their expertise. Now, no trolls, no spam, and no ads. One can simply connect to professionals, post 2-minute videos, engage in video replies, and even audio discussions. They are able to form an inner circle, get paid subscribers, and even monetize their expertise. I believe you will be very interested to watch their pitch performance right here. So here we go, team number 3, inner circle, and take it away.
Hello and ni hao. My name is Damien Cummings. I'm the CEO of Inner Circle. In an elevator pitch, we're replacing the exit of LinkedIn, and our platform is a combination of LinkedIn and Douyin for the Chinese market. So the problem we solve is we know there are 1.25 billion professionals in the world. And in fact, China has about 300 million of those people. But for those professionals, people outside of a 9-to-5 job, those professionals struggle to monetize their expertise. And in fact, there are only 4 ways of making money. Have a job, become a freelancer or consultant, start a business, or become a social media creator. And that's what we're going to focus on at Inner Circle. And we looked at this problem, we realized that social media in and of itself have no tools to help experts or professionals monetize their expertise. We also know that there are some tools out there, YouTube in the West, others like Youku and B-Site, which actually have generated an enormous amount of money, but it requires you to get large amounts of video views. And there are new subscription models and new business models that are coming up all the time. Patreon in the West or OnlyFans pioneered the idea of a subscription service, but that hasn't been adapted to the professional world yet. So we asked the question, where are the opportunities for CEOs, thought leaders, subject matter experts, or professionals like you? Well, the answer is Inner Circle. It's a platform that we're in the build process now and is coming soon. It's a platform that allows you to connect to professionals, such as a professional network like a LinkedIn. It allows you to post videos, 2-minute videos or short-form videos like Douyin. It also allows you to actually build communities and with video replies and audio discussions. They're authentic and engaging. So it allows you to do a few things. Grow your professional connections. You can create or join authentic communities of interest called circles. And of course, for professionals, you can monetize your expertise. The platform is in progress at the moment and is launching soon in October this year. It works a little like this. So for any professional on the platform, you would create groups of people called circles. They could be friends, co-workers, prospects, customers, up to you. But of course, once you get to a certain level, you can then form what's called an inner circle. That's a paid subscription to you as a professional. It's a paywall around you and your content. And what it does is we allow professionals to make money from 2 areas. They can monetize their content and they can monetize their time. So content is in the form of videos and video responses, and of course making money from that premium content. Time, we have a calendar button that allows professionals to have their time booked at an hourly rate. You choose what that hourly rate is, nominate how many hours next month you have available for coaching, mentoring, consulting, or anything really. And that's a great way to monetize your time from a professional community that you've built. How we're different? Well, first of all, there's similarities between LinkedIn, Douyin, TikTok, and other platforms. We are a professional network that uses video as the major way of engagement. We're a professional network like a LinkedIn, quite different to WeChat, Weibo, and others. We're video content focused, so we do have similarities to Douyin or TikTok, but of course we're quite different to the other platforms. But we're the only platform that actually allows individual users to have control over their data, to make money from their content via subscription, or to make money as a professional via booking their time. Also, no fake profiles and no advertising mean there's authentic engagement across the Inner Circle. How we make money is that we keep 20% of subscription revenue. What we want to do is empower Chinese professionals to make 80% of the money from the platform. We're all about making professionals, giving them an opportunity to make money in a different way, in a professional way from the content they create. Our focus and our success is going to be based on user acquisition. Our laser-like focus is on this idea. It's going to be about recruiting early influencers, people who have built up large blogging, Weibo, and WeChat profiles, people who used to be big influencers on LinkedIn who might migrate over to our platform. Our model is very simple. 1% of those users become creators. They're the people that make us money. And what we found by looking at the industry, those creators get on average 21 paid subscribers who will on average pay $8 a month. Our focus of entering China will still maintain a Singapore headquarters, but we have a relationship with a partner on the ground in Chongqing, and we've been speaking to Invest Hong Kong about being part of Cyberport to look at the Greater Bay Area from Hong Kong. In terms of our focus, our platform is launching this year, and our goal is to achieve 315,000 users as a beta test to figure out where the platform goes well and how we truly work and make sure we get the bugs out. 1% of those users become creators, and as we've benchmarked, they will actually have 21 subscribers on average, paying $8 a month. As you can see from the gross revenue line, it becomes a very big number very, very quickly, following a J curve. Now, of course, we're keeping 20% of that, but there is a massive ROI for Chinese professionals because we're paying this money back to them to make sure they have an alternative to a 9-to-5 job. Our management team, I'm the CEO. I have 30 years of experience as a digital transformation expert. I'm currently a professor at NUS. I used to be a startup CEO of a tech company here in Singapore. I've also held positions such as the global head of digital at Standard Chartered. I was also a CMO at Philips, and I've held other senior roles. I'm joined by Stephen Chua, who's an expert in finance, fundraising, and operations, who's got deep expertise in the startup space in Southeast Asia. David Vaughan in Australia is our CRM expert. He's going to help us with the acquisition plan to acquire all those professionals. And of course, Tony Tan. He's a leading light here in Singapore as our CTO, deeply involved in the startup space, and has actually worked with over 10 startups building their technology platform. At a very high level, we've mapped out our milestones. We started the business last year in 2021. We're actually now in the process of getting our MVP and our first iteration launched, which will happen in October. We'll have our beta testing through the later part of this year, and after that, it's all about growth and scale. And the final point I'd like to leave you on is, we know that LinkedIn left the China market in 2021. That's left a hole. WeChat, Weibo, massive amount of users. Douyin has also become the biggest website in the world, and we believe we're the next big thing. We're in a circle. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow, that will be our team number 3 in a circle. I got very excited after watching the pitch performance because maybe it might be a way for me to make money. I don't have to go 9 to 5 till I'm 95, right? Anyway, we're going to find out a little bit more from our inner circle, all right, which is Damien, right? Damien, come on up here on stage together with me. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Such a great pleasure to meet you. And I'm going to pass you over to the judges over there. Sure. Judges, once you're ready, take it away.
Being shut down in China is mainly based on sensitive content in itself. How can Inner Circle avoid or circumvent this issue of sensitive content that may, that might run foul with authorities in China itself? Thank you.
Short answer is it can't. Any social media platform actually has a trust and safety operation, so any video is flagged, but the nature of what we do is more professional. Sure, there might be dissidents, sure, there might be sensitive content and so on, but we're following the same methodology that those big social networks have. We are, built digital from day one, and actually we know that we need moderation, and sensitive content is either flagged or removed instantly, and that's built in from the platform. So we know it's a big issue, but we're planning for it.
I have two points. One point is I think there's a bug in your registration. If you click day, month, year, you will say I'm 100 years old. So, but if I do it the other way around, it's all right. I actually tested your app. So just a comment. Second part is, how do you prevent your IP being pilferage? Somebody just like Facebook, they copy in China and call it something else. So what do you do to prevent the IP pilferage?
Sure,
Yeah.
maybe I can talk to you about the first question later because we don't actually have a date range in our sign-up process. If you go to joininnercircle.net, there's the sign-up process there. But the second part is about defensibility. The reality is anyone can copy anything, and anyone could copy our platform overnight. The reality is we're protected by our business model. Our business model is no advertising. It's about actually building up a user base and having that subscription model around them. So if you think about things like TikTok, Douyin, for example, they have an advertising model. They can't abandon that overnight. They can't introduce a subscription model to compete with their existing multi-billion-dollar kind of play at the moment. So two things will protect us. One, the legacy business models that those platforms have. Number two, the users. That's our laser-like focus. If we get it to the millions of users we plan on getting, the reality is that gives us defensibility. And also, when we think about competition, we know that we're not trying to put anyone else out of business. People join multiple platforms. You'll be on Weibo, you'll be on WeChat, you might be on Facebook or Twitter in the West, but where the platform you go as a professional if you want to make money and monetize your expertise. So we think that we're differentiated enough to actually stand out.
So I think this is a good bridge to my question. I understand that, video is the media of the future. It's a really good focus, but people are not so used to subscribe to watch content that is not Netflix, that is not created and kind of defined in a way that it's some kind of professional content. I understand that your focus is 1% of the creators only, and 99% will be people that will come in and basically build the circles. How do you, in a space of kind of social media reinvention, get people to actually subscribe to anything and pay for that, where there is so much of a video content that is today free of charge? So what is the sweet spot, if you can explain?
Wonderful. The video content is low quality. If you benchmark platforms like YouTube in the West, every 1,000 views, they pay out 2 to 4 cents. So every 1 million views, you get $20. The reality is they're pushing a different type of content, which has to be sensationalist to get those large views in. We're talking about a different type of content. If you're a sales trainer doing educational content, if you're doing deep, high-value content to engage a specific audience, that's something that's not readily shared today. And that's the differentiation. So yes, there's loads of free content out there, but the content which is actually behind locked paywalls, media companies are all behind paywalls now, education facilities, they put their online learning behind a paywall or behind a system. But this is a new type of engagement, and this is going to be new. So we're willing to test the waters. Now, of course, all the content is free to start off with, and it's really up to the individual influencer or the creator to make sure there's enough value in what they do that people subscribe. But we're happy to test and learn and see how it goes.
All right, judges, any more questions? This is the final 10 seconds to go.
One last question, like your strategy on Web3 and potentially tokenizing this content?
We're not doing that. I'm a bit of a Web3 expert. I've launched 2 cryptocurrencies. I've looked at blockchain. The reality is you don't need blockchain. A centralized database will do better. I'm not going to throw in those buzzwords because it's going to slow down a system. Maybe in the future, NFTs or something like that, but the reality is not for the China market where those things are banned or highly regulated. And for us, that's more of a distraction than a focus.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That is, of course, our Damien, right, from Team 3 right there. And, of course, at Inner Circle. I was just about to ask Damien, do you think I can be your content creator? I've missed out on TikTok, Weibo. Maybe I'll be able to do well over there at your platform. All right, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. If you've just joined us, welcome, welcome. We just have the peach performance of 3 teams. Now we're going to take a short 15 minutes break, and thereafter there will be 3 more exciting peach performances from our 3 more teams before our lunch break. All right, so right now it's timing right here. Do remember, be back right here in 15 minutes time. See you in a while's time.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology (ICT) to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology (ICT) to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? with 2 different categories to compete for. Enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology (ICT) to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With 2 different categories to compete for. Enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. Welcome back. Welcome to our China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. And of course, just before lunch, we're going to have another 3 more team with really exciting pitch performances too. Now we're going to move on to our team number 4, which is our Vasco Systems. The world is changing. And with GHG emissions at the forefront of most people's minds, changes are afoot in where people must stand up and be accountable. Team Vasco System Areas is in maritime transport. Now, the ability to monitor how each emissions each vessel produces is soon becoming mandatory. Vasco has developed a SaaS, which not only manages the day-to-day voyages and movements, but also gives the ship owners the ability to view their emissions output so that they can take the appropriate action in reducing CO2 output. Right now, we're going to check out our team number here, and of course, which is our Vasco system, team number 4. Let's check out his pitch performance. Let's go.
Hi, my name's Tim Spragg, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Vasco Solutions. So we are a freight and emissions management system that allows ship owners to not only manage their voyages from front to back, but also actually manage their emissions actually before and during and after those voyages. So it gives them the ability to view from a forward perspective. A little bit about myself. I began my career back in the 90s on the Futures Exchange in London, wearing a funny coloured jacket and shouting at a lot of people, before moving to an oil trading company where I was actually shouted at, but I actually experienced all aspects of the company, from back office, middle office, front office, trading, and also shipping. So I got a good view of exactly what happens in terms of a life cycle of a trade, the amount of fuel that's produced, the amount that you're moving around. I moved to Asia in 2005, where I joined a shipping company. So I've actually experienced, again, more the Asian-focused brand in terms of the shipping side of things, and also developed Vasco Systems back in 2020 because I did see a gap in the market, and that's the solution that we're trying to actually become a lot better at and actually solve that problem.
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm the CFO and co-founder for Vasco. I've got about 20 years experience in the maritime industry. Most recently, I spent 15 years as CFO of a large energy trading and ship owning company. Now, during my tenure with that company, I estimate that we transported about 150 million tons of product around the world. And to do that, we would have burnt about 6 million tons of fuel oil. And guess what? That 6 million tons of fuel oil equates to 18 million tons of carbon dioxide. I'll say that again, 18 million tons of carbon dioxide emitted into the atmosphere. Tim and I think it's time for the shipping industry to do better in terms of reducing its emissions. And if it can save some costs at the same time, so much the better. And that's what the Vasco offering is here to do.
So, I mean, there's no doubt now, all the news stories we're reading at the moment has climate change, climate effect. You know, the US put a new bill through just today with regards to putting money into solving this problem. And the International Maritime Organization, or the IMO as it's referred to, they've actually aimed to put in these limits to halve carbon emissions by 2050. So these limits are introduced, so therefore the amount of carbon dioxide is measured per voyage. China have proposed actually a model, a sustainability model, which will actually reward a cleaner voyage. So therefore, if you're burning less fuel, you're burning less carbon emissions, and therefore you're actually going within those limits and getting rewarded for it. If you're over those limits, then obviously you're going to get punished and fined. And there's talks of carbon tax coming in as well at this point in time. Currently, there's no commercially available voyage management system, so that's what manages the voyages from front to back. That also can manage emissions and look at it from a forward perspective and during that. So to give you a bit of context, if a vessel is steaming at an economical speed or within those IMO limits, and within those carbon emissions targets, they will actually save about $1.6 million in bunker fuel costs per vessel per year. Now, with that, if you think Costco, for example, one of the biggest ship owners in China, they've actually got 1,408 ships. So 1.6 million per vessel, 1,408 ships, do the maths on that, that's billions, just in fuel savings. And not only fuel savings, you're also saving the world by reducing your carbon emissions. So what we've developed is we've developed a a first-in-class software as a service business model. So we get per user per month. We have 6 modules. So again, you can buy the modules individually, or you can actually buy them as the full suite. It really is entirely up to the customer. But having that flexibility has a good impact on change management. In terms of change management in the company, using new systems, it's always a difficult thing. But with the way that we've done it, it's a lot easier to do from that point of view.
So the global ship owning industry is distributed around the world, but with heavy concentrations both in East Asia, in Europe, and in the USA. We're going to reach out to all of those owners, but we're also going to leverage our industry contacts amongst firms such as shipbrokers, amongst the banks and industry agencies. But also, based on our experience, we know that many of those owners are using multiple information systems, many of them quite old, many of them fragmented. Very few of them can handle emissions data at all, and most of them, all of them, cannot handle emissions data before the voyage happens. It cannot handle advanced management. So how do ship owners make better decisions about managing their carbon, about controlling their costs? The Vasco platform offers a solution. If we look at the current voyage management system market, it's dominated by a single incumbent, but we can also see that half of the industry chooses either to use less comprehensive systems or even no system at all. So that tells us that many users' wants and needs are not really being met. This market is ripe for disruption, and the Vasco system, which is built on better, more modern, more user-friendly tech, will address this market first of all. However, by placing the Vasco VMS at the heart of the commercial management of each ship, we also put ourselves into pole position to become the aggregator of choice for the multiple streams of data that each and every ship generates on each and every voyage. So that's a market in excess of $1 billion US. It's high margin. Taking Vasco into the big data space increases our addressable market by a factor of about 12. That's our long-term vision. That's going to be Vasco 2.0. But for today, as we say in the shipping industry, we're finished with engines. We'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and we look forward to speaking to you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be from our team for Vasco system. I think it's absolutely awesome to have a system like this that can help ship owners to save on carbon tax. And not only that, hey, they're saving our earth too. So right now, I believe they will love to hear from the men yourself. That will be our team and Mike. Shall we invite them right up here in the studio together with us? Team and Mike, welcome. Wow, I love anybody who's able to save the earth. All right, that's absolutely wonderful. All right, I'm going to pass it over to our judges over there. Dr. Che, if you have any questions, please do go ahead too. All right, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, thank you for the presentation. So can you explain more on the system that you have developed and how the big data is used in your solution? Thank you.
Well, what we've actually developed is a voyage management system. So the way the life cycle of fixing a ship or booking a ship is you get an inquiry for what cargo is going from A to B. You then run numbers of what price to give it at. And at the moment, there's no way of knowing how much emissions are being produced on that voyage. We've actually put the algorithms in to actually show that if you use the certain itinerary going from A to B, how much emissions you're producing. So therefore, you can relay that back and almost create a green voyage. And from that point of view, that's how we're actually creating that. And then that can be monitored during that voyage. So if, for example, the vessel hits bad weather and is going full speed, you know then that you'll be over those IMO limits, and therefore you can take appropriate action during that voyage from there.
How do you integrate with all the existing, I believe there are some geolocation system, right, already available in all those ships, and they might be coming from various provider, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, with regards to the current legacy systems that are being used at the moment, you know, we can actually have an API feed, which can actually take the information required out of that system to put into our system. So if they're going to purchase the emissions module, basically, they can actually then take that information out and put it straight into the system from there, and or they use our full suite of modules. So they will actually then retire the older system and go from that point of view from there. So it's very simple. Because we build it on modern technology, it's actually quite a simple process.
Given that this competition is, you know, partnering up with the city of Nanning in itself, and Nanning doesn't really have, you know, that easy access to ships due to its geography. I'm just wondering how relevant would this be with regards to this competition and helping with smart city vision of, yeah, thanks.
Yes, but China is the second largest ship owner in the world. It's obviously a huge economy, integrated in terms of import and export business. So we intend to take the product to market in China. We'll need local representation to do that. We'll focus initially on Shanghai, just for obvious reasons of maritime concentration, but then later on looking to focus on the Greater Bay Area, Hong Kong and surrounds, and possibly the north as well. So we think this will be very important to China. In our presentation, we touched briefly on the specific proposals that China has brought forward to the IMO.
Question on the regulatory requirements, because you mentioned that soon there will be regulations around basically carbon emissions. I assume that the regulations, there will be global regulations, but then there will be country-specific regulations. Are you planning to have some regulatory reporting that goes right away for ship owners to the regulators? Second, cybersecurity, because I assume that all the information that you are transmitting, you know, from the ships, basically, you know, real time, because if you want to be able to adjust the journey based on the weather, how are you going to do that? And this goes to almost the third question. It is the big data that you will be using. There will be a regulation how you can use it. So how do you plan to monetize it? Because I assume that the ship owners are in different countries. There are different data legislations in a different countries. So it's a quite complex, I would say, roadmap.
Yeah, I think the regulatory angle is really going to be on the ship owners themselves. So many of the banks, for example, that are lending into shipping are signed up to something called the Poseidon Principles, and they require their owners to give them a report on the emissions footprint of the ship that they financed. We can help them with that. At the moment, it's a rather fragmented process. There's lots of spreadsheets, hoovering up of invoices and bunker receipts at the end of the year. With our platform, they'll be able to monitor that in real time and as they go along. In terms of data aggregation, there's an awful lot of technical enhancements being put onto ships at the moment, and everybody's building their own piece of software to record it. But ultimately, if the Vasco software is controlling the voyage of the ship, we're in the best position to collect up that data and see if those technical enhancements are actually working or not.
So it's going to be a lot of enhancements of the enterprise software regarding security, I assume.
Yes, exactly right. And on the cyber front, cyber has been very topical in maritime recently. So I think, again, the owners will need to make their own arrangements to work with our software. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our judges and, of course, to Team and Mike from Vasco Systems. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There you are. If you've just joined us, once again, that will be our team number 4, Vasco Systems. We have another 2 more team to go. Really exciting peach performance. If you've just joined us, you've got to stay tuned with us. All right. Coming up next, we have our team number 5, Trinity Eco. Now, Trinity Eco Private Limited is a climate tech company in Singapore, automating and, of course, digitalizing sustainability reporting and, of course, green financing solutions for banks and alike on our platform, Trivity. Now, Trinity Eco have created an end-to-end sustainability reporting platform that comprises features that address sustainability reporting, green financing, and tech commercialization challenges to help businesses and investment firms improve not just the sustainability ratings and also their ESG data monetization. Without much further ado, let's check out our team number 5 Peach performance. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Ying. I'm the founder of Trinity Eco, and it's good to see all of you. So I'd like to invite you, the audience, to journey with me in completing your sustainability journey with us. So a bit about me is that I'm Michael Ying. I actually founded this company in 2019. I've worked in various project management and open innovation and consultancy firms. And I have a team that allows me to scale the business globally. I have Molly, who is currently based in California and is a Cambodian working on sustainability projects in Cambodia and Southeast Asia. Secondly, I have Guri, who is my tech advisor in the tech development field. And I'm Sharita, who is based in Germany, and she's an Indian national providing tech development plans and working with tech teams to scale our business in a global way. So the industry we are in is in the sustainability sector, and it's worth about 23 trillion. However, we are only focusing on the ESG data market, which is worth about 5 billion, and its current net worth is about 2.2 billion, according to ESG Investor. So we do see this as a way to scale our business and the potential of our business, because in many ways, we can do more than just ESG data, but look at other sustainability solutions and technologies like renewables and etc. But however, there is a big challenge that we are addressing, and the challenge is that 60% of businesses can't assess climate risk well enough to improve the viability of their business. The reason being that current solutions make it difficult to implement sustainability assessment that provide them the manpower, data, and financing solutions to provide actionable practices to scale their business and to improve sustainability practices in their organization. However, we have a solution. Our solution is a modern sustainability reporting platform that allows them to make this climate disclosure and sustainability reporting simple, affordable, and actionable for companies. And what makes us so special? One is that we provide better data quality, which is accurate and easy to use for the businesses to implement sustainable solutions that reduce carbon emissions and to diversify their business. In a way, we help them to turn sustainability costs into sustainability revenue. And what makes us so special, what makes us unique, is that we don't just have an automated sustainability reporting process, but we have a sustainability process that allows them to either do better business and make more informed business decisions through the clean tech marketplace, and a green financing module that allows them to rate and assess sustainability investment for their business. So as a result, we provide better data quality by 50%. We reduce certification costs of most of their standards by 80%, and we use an AI power system to automate and make a seamless experience for the clients to become better sustainability champions. Secondly, we also provide better data protection that allows them to protect their data and feel assured in working with us to scale the business. Lastly, we reduce the business costs and carbon emission costs in the years to come, and we get results for their businesses in days and not just weeks, as most of our competitors would do. Our business model requires them to use our SaaS platform and allows them to customize their systems to build a more robust reporting system that allows them to get investments and traction for their business. And because of that, we offer a competitive pricing compared to our competitors by making it affordable for them and by allowing them to diversify their sustainability operations, as they can create more revenue from it and incentivize and encourage them to do more for their businesses through sustainability. In terms of our progress, we have over 5 MOUs that's being signed by us, and we have 120 users on our platform currently. In addition, we are generating about 1,400 million in carbon credits from our current projects and deal size, and hence this gives us the confidence to generate a huge amount of revenue in the years to come. So as a result, compared to our competitors, we don't just provide data, but we also provide partnership and financing opportunities for their businesses to scale their business and to mobilize the dual engine of what made a business viable. Also, because of that, we also provide good quality data that can provide revenue generating activities for their business. So what is the Nanning plan, since this is a China-ASEAN competition? So one is that we recognize that there's a number of opportunities that we can tap on once we enter the Chinese market, primarily through Nanning. So one is the abundance of carbon sequestration and natural origination site that provide us with an abundant amount of carbon credits. Secondly, we do see that there's a number of smart city projects that we can use to turn urban infrastructure into carbon offsetting infrastructures. And lastly, we do see that there's a very vibrant business ecosystem in Nanning with more than 50 Fortune 500 companies that could collaborate with us to scale their business and to do sustainability reporting with us. But however, we also recognize that there are challenges. One is that the risks of climate change provide opportunities for us to implement sustainable solutions for them. And the decline in real estate means that there's plenty of opportunities to explore other revenue streams for property owners to improve their sustainability revenue model. So what is our plan? Our plan is to provide a green financing marketplace that can generate more than 4 million to 10 million worth of green bonds and carbon credits. And we hope to increase the valuation of their green financing assets by 30%. Secondly, we are partnering with Smart City Network and other IoT companies to actually get 20 projects under the UN Habitat funded, and also to work with universities, corporates, and governments to commercialize that technology and innovation. But lastly, we recognize that this is an industry with plenty of talent shortages. And so we do see the talent pool in China as vital in expanding the scalability of our startup. So we are hoping to actually educate a new generation of sustainability leaders and professionals to actually help us to scale this business, not just in China, but globally as well. So how are we going to use the funding, and what is it meant to us? Well, it allows us to commercialize our platform quickly, and it allows us to actually have the data infrastructure to better service our clients. But also, we have a number of patents that is under us, primarily the 2 cybersecurity patents that we own under Nokia. So we are confident of securing our intellectual property and using it to better improve our platform capability and to diversify into other sustainability in industries such as cybersecurity. So in short is that, let me tell you a story about, Nanning, and also about the World City Summit, We believe that sustainability can help Nanning become a livable city, to become the #1 smart city. And we hope that through us, sustainability is not just a cost, it can provide revenue and turn Nanning into a modern smart city nation. Thank you very much.
There you are. That will be our team number 5, Trinity Eco. I think it's so super awesome to have someone who will be able to guide you along, help you along, especially for companies who are investing into ESG. I believe that our judges and of course you who are watching this, you will love to hear from the man himself. So ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Michael Ng. Mr. Michael Ng. Great pleasure to see you. And I do know that ESG isn't easy at all, especially investment into it, right? Okay, I believe our judges have got lots to ask you. Look directly into the camera over there. Judges, take it away.
Michael, I would like to check, confirm with you, where did you get the 60% where's the source of the 60% and the source of the 75% that you could actually help to increase. And your presentation is very different from what you have submitted and what you have presented. So these are there's some dealing there. So I'm trying to get your source of your information, and based on what basis that you can get 75% improvement. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear? I think the mic. Yeah, okay. Can you hear me? Yep. That's a good question. I had to say that because of a startup, a lot of the claims so far is still, I should say, theoretical. But what assure us that we can deliver is that we have partners that we're collaborating with to improve the chances of delivering what we promise. We recently signed a few deals with a few fintech companies like MDEC, and also a corporate company called Blender, which is a US listed company, to actually do IoT integration and data management for smart city projects. So I think one is that we are assured in the sense that they are willing to commit with us to actually provide tech and hardware support for us to improve the deliverables that we are promising. And also, secondly, is that we are also believe that if we don't meet those deliverables, it's very hard for us to compete with other competitors who are already providing something similar. So to us, it's like a minimal KPI, a minimal way of assuring quality assurance to our clients.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael. I have to say a good presentation in terms of really focusing on the China market and being very specific how you get there. So kudos for that. My question is, when I look at your pricing, you are dealing with the software, but as well IoT, you need to connect, you have a hardware as well. And you say that the customization and the kind of, if I understand it right, the first setup is 50,000 USD, and then you have some kind of cost per month. How did you calculate this cost? And because with the software and hardware, you usually have to have a higher cost of maintenances. You have to have people going actually to those places to check if something goes wrong. Is it accounted in your pricing? For me, it sounds very reasonable, the pricing, and I wonder, can you sustain it? Can you actually drive the margin? So how did you come up with the pricing?
We actually did a series of customer surveys and discovery. We talked to our clients, our potential clients, and we asked them what's the best price for them, given what is going on. And yes, I do agree with you that 50,000 seems too good to be true. But we are not focusing on just one client, because right now with the stricter regulation, what happened is that one company can't just comply alone. They had to comply with their stakeholders. So what we are trying to do is to encourage group membership, to encourage group subscription, because when their stakeholders are sustainable, they also become sustainable as a result. It's a multiplier effect. Another thing is that in order to make sure that the product can handle and be compatible with as many partners as possible, we need to make it very integrative. So we cannot create our own hardware as a result, because we don't want to compete with our clients, and with our vendors as well. So making it as integrative as many IoT hardware is also key in giving us a competitive edge as well compared to others, because while other competitors will build their own hardware and their own software as well, we just focus on software. And I think that gives us an easier way to actually scale also compared to them, because we recognize that China is also the factory of the world. So fighting with them on hardware is suicidal.
Exactly. That's a good answer. So what you're saying is you will just do software, and all the maintenance and all the other costs will be done basically by your partners.
Precisely.
Good.
Sorry, who is the end user of the platform at the end? Because there are some financial reporting, there's a marketplace for clean tech, who is making those decisions?
Pardon?
Who is using the software itself? Which department in an organization, let's say? Is it finance? Is it operation? Trying to find out.
Actually, a lot of the Maybe I will give a bit of a fun fact, okay? We know that the business idea is good when the clients come to us and we don't just go out to them. So when they come to us, we actually ask them questions like, why pick us over other competitors, and I think most of the clients, they are keen into what we are building two types of clients. One are the corporates, but we want to target really nichely on data centers and also banks because they rely a lot on data to make their decisions. And they actually show us like what is their expectation of what they want the product to be, and it's very similar. It's a product market fit in a way. So that give us the confidence to actually provide something that will be used by many professionals in this field. The reason why we go to data centers is because a lot of our corporate partners are servicing those sectors, and we do see that as data become more valuable as a resource, and as data quality is a key challenge in this sector, having a very strong relationship with the data center industry, is both it's both on the help us in the sense that we have access to good quality data, but also good quality traction as well.
Thank you so much, Michael. Wow, all right, that's awesome, right? That will be our team number 5, Michael Ng from Trinity Eco. Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. This way. All right, that is of course our team number 5. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our team number 6, which is our final team just before we go for our lunch break. Team number 6, Hydro. Hydro creates energy-independent water treatment systems. Now, their technology is to build energy-positive water treatment systems where wastewater is used as a reagent to generate electricity while producing clean water. A 5-liter capacity system could generate about 6 kWh water with more than 95% clean water recovery and 90% contaminant removal efficiency. Wow. Let's hear from team number 6 right here. Take it away.
Hi, this is Dr. Kiran Kumar Manga from Hydro. We are working on self-sufficient and energy-independent water technologies. Our vision is to create water-smart cities where water treatment is not just as a service or a public health issue, but more of creating the business opportunities and economic contribution to the society. As we can see from the chart, water industry moving towards a water smart city from being the just water supply city. The key challenges for any smart cities are energy dependent, fossil fuel dependent energy systems or unsustainable water treatment and the pollution from toxic chemicals and materials. Here we are taking up the challenge of water treatment, how to make it sustainable. If you take any typical water treatment plant in China, it involves microbial systems, membranes, and aeration systems, which are highly chemical intensive and energy intensive. And in China, as of 2020, around 10,000 water treatment plants are there, and government is planned to set up 39,000 more plants as a 5-year plan. And China spends about 559 billion yuan on water treatment, out of which energy and chemicals cost about 145 billion. So our problem statement is how to solve the energy negative water treatment process. For example, seawater desalination takes up to 3 to 30 kilowatt hour per meter cube, whereas brackish water treatment takes up to 1 to 3 kilowatt hour per meter cube. Our approach is to use the wastewater as a resource to create the valuable products like nutrients or biogas or clean energy and make water treatment sustainable. Our solution is to provide the energy positive water treatment where we use the wastewater as a reagent to produce the electricity while producing the clean water. In a typical example, a 5-liter system can take wastewater and generate up to 6 kilowatt hour energy while recovering 95% of the clean water. And the only side product will be the non-toxic sludge, which can also have commercial value. And it takes a minimum footprint, and so it doesn't need a much landscape. So our value proposition is to provide the energy independent water treatment system, where the water treatment process is self-sufficient and off the grid, and you don't need to spend financial resources on the energy for the water treatment. Our technology can be applied in both domestic and industrial markets, like desalination plants or groundwater treatment systems and residential grey water treatment systems. And the industrial markets like aquaculture, textile wastewater, or cooling tower blow down water treatment systems. And our obtainable market is about 30 million based on the Singapore market, and accessible market is to 410 million in China, and total accessible market about 8.7 billion. Our go-to-market strategy is to do the field test with the customer on a modular based systems and optimize the water treatment based on their effluent parameters. And once the optimization is done, we can integrate the full-scale system to their plant. Our revenue model is to use the build to operate model, where for pilot scale testing we charge the customer only for the clean water, and upon optimizing and successful pilot scale testing, then we sell the modular systems. The revenue return of investment projections are we were expected to break even in 2024 and get year to year 100% growth from 2025. How we are different from others is our competitors lies in the energy negative and high operational cost area, whereas ourselves will be in the energy positive and low operational cost bracket. Our plans is to build the 5-liter prototype system by Q3 of 2022 and 100-liter MVP system by Q4. And we are planning to go for the pilot testing at the field sites from Q1 2023. Our team consists of myself, Dr. Kiran Kumar Manga, and I was working in water industry like 6 to 7 years, where I have developed low energy water treatment solutions, and back by our mentors, Mr. Paul Singh Gill, who is advisor from the Lean Launchpad, and Mr. Wong Tuan Son, who is expertise in the water treatment industry. So please join us to build the water smart cities.
Thank you very much. That will be our team number 6, Hydro. And we do really want to hear from the man himself. Let's give it up for Dr. Kyran. Dr. Kyran, a very warm welcome, all right? Look into the camera over there. I believe our judges have a lot of questions for you. Look into the camera. There you are. Judges, over to you.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hi, I have 2 questions. You want to be profitable in 2024. How long does it actually take to implement the system, like in a real life? So what is the implementation time? Question 1. Second time, I assume that using a wastewater and various different types of water, you need to have some national level certification for each either industry or even type of the water. How do you do that to obtain that? So basically you can scale and sell in various different markets.
Sure. So the first comes the implementation part. So like I mentioned, first we do the field test with the customer. We go to the customer and look at their effluent data and see, and then after testing with our system, we'll go with the data analysis and see what is the results and how good it is and what are the improvements needed. And then that's when we do the full scale. So typically, it may take about for pilot scale testing, maybe 3 months time, and then afterwards, it can be fully integrated with the plant. And the regulatory certifications, we can always follow the WHO standards, like drinking water plants and all. And then also for the industrial wastewater, we can follow the local government or the international standards.
Thank you.
I would like to ask you, how's the maintenance cost to this equipment and reliability of the equipment?
Okay, so the maintenance cost will be very low, like it could be around 20 to 30 cents per meter cube, because all we need is some metal stacks to replace with them. So there is no high vacuum pumps or high energy pumps or the membranes or chemicals needed. So the maintenance will be very low. And sorry, can I the second part of the question?
The reliability of the equipment.
So the
or availability of the equipment. Availability and reliability of the equipment based on your testing. Yeah.
So
these two separate questions. Yeah.
So the components all just the metal plates, so which are abundant, and so there won't be any supply issues. And maintenance also very low. Like you just need a backwash of the system and to do the cleaning and all. So yeah.
Sorry, I think the question was, because no matter how an equipment stuck into a dirty water like that, there will be corrosion. So corrosion will bring in your availability. How long will this thing last? And also when it's down, when you want to replace it. So that will be the availability timing. That what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So actually, that's the trick. Our technology involves the mechanism. It involves is the corrosion of the metal, which generates the metal ions, which cleans the water. So the corrosion actually is good for our system, where it generates the clean water. So it's not like the membranes, where if the corrosion is there and then the membrane, we cannot use it anymore. So yeah.
One question: what is your market strategy? How do you intend to acquire customer?
Market strategy, maybe we can pitch it in different innovation challenges or the local market competitions, and try to market through social media platform or professional media platforms to create the awareness of our technology and get visibility by the customers.
How are you going to sustain your technology? How are you going to sustain your technology?
Sorry?
Sustainability. Yeah, how are we going to sustain
How are you going to
solution?
sustain the technology?
Because as the water treatment is a continuous process, and people require for long term. So as long as you need the water treatment, our technology can be used.
All right, there you are. Wow, I believe that Dr. Kiran, you have answered a lot of questions, right? From implementation timeline all the way to the availability and even sustainability of the equipment, etc. Right? That is so awesome. Thank you, Dr. Kiran. That was awesome very much. Thank you very much. That is, of course, our team number 6, Hydro. There you are. All right, we still do have another 6 more teams to go, but meanwhile, I can hear the stomach rumbling over there. So we're gonna go for a 1.5 hours lunch break. Now, do remember, after 1.5 hours, do log on to our channel once again, because that is where you will see another 6 more team of wonderful peach performance. Have a good lunch break, and I'll see you in 1.5 hours time. See ya.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data.
Close the door. Remember you are right here in my
world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With 2 different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With 2 different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology (ICT) to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With 2 different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. Welcome back to our China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. I hope each and every one of you have got a wonderful lunch, because coming up next, we're going to have another 6 more wonderful team who will be performing their pitch performance for you. So without much further ado, let's start off with our team number 7, Meet Doctor. Meet Doctor helps people with medical conditions to get fast and easy access to highly qualified doctors anywhere, anytime. Now, they do have an online platform with the services of automated medical appointment scheduling, telecommunication, home lab tests, storage of medical records, healthcare marketplace delivery, and payment solutions too. Now, without much further ado, once again, let's welcome our team number 7, Meet Doctor. Take it away.
Meeting the doctor is easy, but meeting the right doctor is it required time and money. Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you some data in China. It's 8.74 billion consultations per year of the total outpatient visit in China. But when you look into the consultation place, it's 45% that occur at the first, second, and third hospital levels, compared to 55% at the primary care centers. However, among 1 million plus of the total institute in China, there's only 3.5% of the hospital, compared to 95% of the primary care centers. So how come 45% of 8 billion went to the hospital, only 3.5%? Well, it's because in China, there's a lack of qualified doctor, particularly in rural areas. So how can we solve this problem? MeDoctor created a very simple solutions that allow patients to connect to the high quality doctor at any time, anywhere, in the fast and easy way. Additionally, we also have online pharmacies and home lab tests. With our patient-centric models, we believe that patients gonna get healthcare service at the comfort of their home. With the solution, who gonna use it? We choose mental health as our primary target market and NCD as our secondary. Why mental health first? Because we want to focus on the quality of care. So every patient that comes to MeDoctor will get the effective treatment. With this market, the total addressable market is huge, 8.74 billion. And for Nanning alone, it's already 28 million. So for MeDoctor, we can obtainably get 20% of the Nanning market within 3 years of operations. And with that market, we're going to use two models for our revenue. It's B2C and B2B. For B2C, it's for patients. They can pay per service. And for B2B, and for corporate, they pay per package. Well, our solution has been tested in Cambodia already. Since February 2021, we have served more than 30,000 patients by providing online consultations with all types of specialists. As our doctor, we have on board and trained 60 doctors in 18 different specialties to become expert in telehealth field. Now, I will tell you the 5-year roadmap of a business. Firstly, we start with mental health in Nanning, and we expect to have 1.68 million consultations with 20,000 doctors and counselors and $84 million in revenue. And by 2023, we're going to extend the market to NCDs. And by 2024, we're going to make checkup point everywhere at primary care centers and at our community partners. And by 2025, we expand our market to China market, the entire market. And by 2026, we're gonna extend our market into Asian market with the expectation of 700 million consultations and 300,000 doctors and $4 billion in revenue. This is just for online consultations. Now we're gonna tell you how our team developed technology.
So, okay, now let's go with the tech roadmap of the MeDoctor. So, as you can see, there are 5 years from now. So, in the first year, we are going to establish with the telehealth. And the next year is about the EHR system, electronic health record. And the next is about the blockchain technology that we build on top on the EHR system. And the next year is about the IoT, the Internet of the Medical thing. And the last but not least, we are going to establish our own robot. And how can we process that with our roadmap? So in the first year, we are going to launch with the MeDoctor app. That is the place with patient and doctor connected that contain some services such as online consultation, appointment, delivery, and medicine. And this app is going to be connected with the Internet of Things for healthcare, and then it will tracking some patient. So for instance, if the patient they have a problem or they in the risky situation, they will send those information sent to the MeDoctor app, and then MeDoctor app will send notify to the to the patient or patient relative. So all these things is the two methods that we are going to collect the data from the patient. So all the data we are going to store in the blockchain technology that we are believe two things with blockchain. First is that we would like to make more secure on patient data. And second is that we trust that blockchain can be make a patient data settable and keep up to that. Based on that feature and existing data that we collected, we are going to create our own robot that can provide services or can be provide a smart prediction for human and can be reminder for the patient. So if you don't still trust a robot completely, you can get back to the Meet Doctor app and you can create an appointment and consultation with the human is the doctor. So this is the real roadmap and process with our Meet Doctors. Thank you.
We started with telehealth app and innovate Dr. Z robot. So how can we go to the market? So we're going to start small with mental health, and we aim to build a community with banks, corporate, condos, malls, university, and factories by organizing mental health awareness workshop and events. And we also have a feature for Q&A with our doctor as well. For digital marketing, we're going to publish health tips, articles, educational video campaigns, and influencer commercial ads where online platforms such as WeChat and Doing, so on and so forth. Telehealth is not so new in China. We might know VDoctor and Ping An Good Doctor. They are the giant startup in China, but they focused on all disease type in China. In China, also have startup focused only on mental health as well, such as Yixingli and My Therapist, but they're not in Nanning. But for Me Doctor, we differentiate by focusing on mental health and only at Nanning. This is our journey. We have been validated through many accelerator and incubator programs. And lately, we just received funding from our local investors. The solution cannot be created without amazing teams. I'm Dr. Tong, a certified doctor, and we have Sovisal in Cambodia as a business development, and we have Vitay from Architect as a co-founder and CTO. Last but not least, Meet Doctors is raising 2 million seed funding. Thank you.
Wow, that will be our team number 7, Meet Doctor. I believe that you would love to hear from the two gentlemen themselves. So let's welcome our Dr. Tong and Sophie Val, right? Hi. Good to meet you guys, all right?
you.
So look right into the camera over there. You can see our 5 judges. They have questions to grill you. No, I'm just kidding. All right, go ahead, judges. Take it away.
Hello, hello.
I just wanted to ask, how do you think, that you're gonna play against competitors such as Good Doctor, right? That are very implemented and part of Ping An Group, which is the main insurance company in China.
Yes, right. Yes, can you ask again?
Sorry, I'm saying, how can you compete with someone like Good Doctor, which is the main telemedicine solution in China today?
Okay, thank you for the questions. Actually, we cannot go and compete directly to the giant telehealth startup in China because it is huge already. They got like millions consultations. But actually, when we go to China, we focus only on a specific disease like mental health, and we actually gonna focus in the city that they don't like focused on because Ping An Good Doctor is operate mainly in Beijing, but we actually go to Nanning and focused on mental health, and this is the way that we can compete to the giant telehealth startup in China.
But where do you find the doctor? Because mental health doctors are very scarce in China, right? Mental health, physician.
Thank you. Actually, for mental health, we have like 1 million. So the data in 2017, we have 1 million psychiatrists and counselors, and 90% of them unemployed at the industry. I mean, it's not as a government employee. So the way that we can get psychiatrists and counselors is very easy, So because they don't have a job and they can do online. So we can collect all the psychiatrists and counselor in the platform for the Nanning city.
I would like to ask you another question is, how do you overcome the medical legal issues over the online and your overseas? I run a hospital in China. So as a medical practitioner, even from another country, they can't touch the patient nor speak with the patient without a local doctor present. So how do you overcome these medical legal issues? That's one. Second question is, how do you entice your customer and ensure payment through your website? Yeah.
So this is a very good question. So the way that so your first question is about
medical legal issues.
Medical legal issue. So legal issue for mental health, I believe that it's not serious like NCDs. And Ping An Good Doctor also face the same issue. They don't, I mean, all the patients, so according to research, they're not certified with NCD service. But for mental health, you know what? Chinese people and all people around the world want to stay at home when they have mental issues. They don't want to go out. And the legal issues actually, we can protect the data by storing at EHR with the blockchains, and every information that we record is safe. And when they talk directly to the secretaries or counselors, it's private. They don't have anyone can see, no one judge, and I think it's so good legally for Chinese people.
I think my point was not answered. Actually, my point was, how do you overcome the medical legal issues? It is not about you presence, or I think it's a great service you're trying to create for the mental patients. However, the medical legal issue means as a practitioner, you must be in front of the patients. So, and also practice with a license, a local license. At least in China, he's in Beijing, but you are in Cambodia, you're in Thailand. So how do you ensure that medical legal issues that I talk about? Yeah.
Well, actually in China, they already established internet hospital, and they allow all the licensed physicians or psychiatrists to perform consultations via online platform. And that's the way that we collect all the psychiatrists and counselors. It's actually legally in China.
Have answered your
Okay,
question.
so you asked for
Dr. Che, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Okay, you asked for 2 million seed funding, right? So how are you going to use those 2 million in your technology plan?
So the big part of it is for marketing, PR, and advertisements, because our service is actually service. So we need to do a lot of marketing. And for technologies, actually, we already established for telehealth app. So we're not going to use much for that. We're going to pay just a little bit for technology, and 15% for operations and admin, and 5% for legal and regulations in China, yes.
There you are. I hope they have answered your question, Dr. Che. All right, that's awesome. Thank you very much to Team 7, which is our meet doctor, Dr. Tong and Sovivel, right? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. And there you are, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, our Team 7. Once again, very warm welcome. If you've just joined us right here, very exciting. We're moving on to our team number 8 for their pitch performance. Now, that will be our Jalad Logistics. Now, Jalad Logistics is an aggregated intracity delivery platform aiming to develop a more efficient and greener last-mile logistic infrastructure using AI, IoT, Jalad points, and also mobile warehousing. Now, with this solution, they are able to provide 68 minutes delivery at a cost of only $2.25 to all doorsteps in Guangxi. Now, within Jalad logistic infrastructure, their operation is twice more efficient and greener compared to traditional last-mile logistic infrastructure. Let's take a look at their pitch performance.
Hello, my name is Susitay. I'm the CEO and founder of Jalad Logistics.
And my name is Ong Lai. I'm the COO and the founder of Jalad Logistics.
Last mile logistics, as we all know, is the most expensive process in the entire supply chain. In fact, it makes up to more than 50% of total shipping costs, and is predicted to increase the world carbon dioxide by 30% in 2030. For those in China, with the growing concept of crowd delivery and lack of efficiency in the last chain, the process is highly polluted, capital intensive for logistic companies, passing the cost and frustrating process to both senders, recipients, and for worse, damages to the earth. Hence the birth of Jalad Logistics. We develop a proximity network logistic infrastructure supported by mobile warehouses and IoT Jalad points. and an AI-powered logistics platform that connects senders, recipients, drivers, and stock inventory on one portal. With IoT Jalap points and mobile warehouses placed across district, we are both closer to both businesses and customer, making the route shorter for both picking up and delivering the parcel, allowing the aggregation of parcel from the start to the end of the delivery cycle. With AI-powered logistic platform, it supports our logistic infrastructure, in which mobile warehouses know in advance where most recipients are located in the district, so they can position themselves closer to them centrally commanded by AI to cut the route shorter and delivery time for our drivers to deliver way more packages while aggregating different pickups for our IT, from our IT IoT Jalap points in order to optimize the capacity in a mobile warehouse per drop-off. For our customers, they can receive a better delivery experience with 3 unique features, such as one-click to receive parcel, real-time tracking of the parcel, and also the request for arrival time slot. With this infrastructure, we are able to offer a fixed fee of $2.25 or lower per 68-minute delivery, increasing the satisfaction of the recipient with just one click to receive parcel, while doubling our operational efficiency with almost zero carbon footprint. With this flexible infrastructure, it helps us a lot in terms of scalability, as we can set up the operation quicker and quicker and cheaper compared to traditional incumbents. In a year of operation, we have proven product market fit with over 50,000 packages delivered for over 100 partners across Phnom Penh. Last June, we were selected as the semi-finalist by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, as the only logistics startup toward future London development. And at the end of last year, we were selected first place by ASEAN Career Center, competing with other 29 great companies from 10 different ASEAN countries in terms of scalability, sustainability, and impact across ASEAN and Korea economy. And recently, we had acquired a small fraction of local ride-hailing platform in which we work on the synergy of bringing their electric rickshaw as our mobile warehouses and expanding the line of our service to bulky item delivery and SME distribution. I hand it to Lilai.
So we are confident that we are able to compete and obtain 25% of Guangxi province market, which is estimated to be worth around 300 million per annum. From there, we'll use our existing and proven model to scale across China, in which the whole total market of the intraday delivery is worth around $22 billion per annum. For our competition, since we have not used any Chinese delivery, so we can't really compare them to our delivery service. As a result, we choose 2 competitors in Cambodia. One is J&T, who also have operation in China, and the other one is Cambodia Express, which is a Chinese company operating in Cambodia. In terms of service metric, their price range is similar to us. However, in other metric, we beat them. The first one is the delivery time, in which we only take 1 hour to deliver, and the cash on delivery transfer, which we take around 6 hours to do so. In comparison to them, they took at least 8 hours to deliver the parcel, and then at least 48 hours to transfer the cash on delivery. In addition, the parcel management, we tailor our technology to track the parcel in a transparent way so that everyone involved with the parcel can track their parcel. And then in comparison to our competitor, they still utilize the traditional cross-border logistic management, which is outdated and limited. For our business model, we charge the parcel sender in 2 ways. One is a pay-as-you-go model, in which they pay a fixed $2.75 per package. And alternatively, we also offer a bundle, which is 30 to 10,000 package, which each credit is worth around $2.25 or lower. At every transaction completed, we pay a fixed $0.5 each to our driver and to our Jalap point, leaving us 50% for the margin to assert our aggressiveness for market entry by incentivizing our supply and demand. For our marketing and sales, we'll utilize trail hook and conversion by aiming for repetitive use and value realization. And then from there, we'll try to convert our partner into using the bulk partner packaging, which essentially lock them into long-term with us. At every package renewal, we'll offer ad credit of up to $150 in which they can use on different social media platforms to advertise their product with the inclusion of Jalat logistic value, in which will bring awareness to us and also potentially exponential acquisition growth. This is our financial forecast for the for 5 years, in which we projected based on our growth rate in Cambodia. As you can see, most of the expense are allocated toward the labor, in which include the driver, the Jalat points, and the administrators. Our tech is fixed across the 5 years because we have already developed our tech in Cambodia and only need to make some adjustment to fit the Chinese market. Similarly, our rental is also constant because despite the fact that our parcel growth is proportional to our expansion, the expansion do not require any real estate investment. However, it requires investment within Jalat points and Jalat mobile warehouse, which is already included in the labor cost. This is our team, and we are confident that we are the right team to execute this idea because we click together and combine both experience and educational background in data analysis, strategic planning, and resource planning from both the UK and Cambodia. From Jalat, we are dedicated to make 1 hour delivery as the standard with the highest convenience and the lowest cost and emission per use possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much to team number 8, our Jalat Logistic. I'm extremely amazed with the automotive ports that they have, right? All right, let's invite the gentleman right here in the studio with us. Gentlemen, come on stage, join us. Hi, Nicola. Hello, how are you? All right. Look directly at the camera over there. We have our judges on standby for questions for you. All right, you have 5 minutes, and here we go. Have you switched on your... There you are. All right. Awesome. Judges, take it away.
Hi, I have one question. How are you going to compete against the super apps WeChat, which actually combines all the payments and deliveries and, you know, in one app? How do you motivate people to download your app and actually use your service?
Okay. In terms of the competition with like super app, like WeChat, we're not going to compete with them. That's not our approach. Our approach is to establish our model right there. And in fact, we're not super app ourselves. We're just a logistic platform that's focusing on intra-city delivery. So our customers are not mass. We selectively have our own market, niche market as well, which is quite big in China.
Essentially, he means that we can be part of WeChat ecosystem as well.
Okay.
Right. Any of Dr. Che, please go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So in your financial statement, right, you did mention you need 2,000 US, right, for technology development. Is it? Can you clarify on that part?
Sorry, I didn't mention that in the presentation. It is in thousands, the numbers.
So 2,000 per year?
2 million. It's in
million.
thousands.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Okay, my question is, first, your presentation is different from what you have submitted behind when you presented. So the numbers were not there for the initial submission. Second point is, how do you do your return of investment? How are you going to pay back your your investors, the amount of money you're trying to raise? So if you could share a little on that, yeah.
For the presentation that we had, it's different because we took on some recommendation and suggestion from the first submission. So we make some change. For the return on investment, we're going to scale across China, which I mentioned in the presentation. And to do so, we'll try to utilize a similar approach to joint venture, in which we'll utilize our technology, our business process, and our branding with another partner in different cities. So they will be the one to execute our operation. And then once we scale enough, we'll try to list as a IPO, or also looking at acquisition from the bigger player.
So what do you think is your value actually?
Sorry?
Your value in terms of when you want to go IPO, when you say you want to go IPO, you want someone to buy you over. At what kind of pricing and what kind of multiple are you looking at? So if you could share a little, yeah.
To be honest, we haven't set an exact multiply or value that we want to yet, because we're still exploring a lot of tech and innovation that we still have to include in our solution. So it might be different very quickly in 3 months, in 6 months, in 1 year.
But in comparison to other competitors in China, we would say our physical aspect of the last mile logistic for us is way less than them, because we have mobile warehouses which can travel as a distribution center compared to them is a physical place. Therefore, we only need exactly around 15% to 20% of the whole startup in terms of physical aspect, which is quite low in terms of last mile logistics as well.
Right, judges, we still have a 55 seconds to go. Any last questions for our gentleman over here? 55 seconds. It become 45 right now.
I would suggest that you work on a benchmark and do your return on investment based on similar companies, so that you could give yourself a little bit better in terms of your return on investment. Because we got 45 seconds, so I'm actually trying to give you some tips instead. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Do you have anything to say to our judges? Come on, the last 18 seconds, grab hold of it.
For the competition in China, since we focus in the niche of intra-day city delivery, the main competitor for us, we know that SF intra-day city delivery and Dada Group. However, we still lack a lot of information from there, so we didn't include them in the presentation. We want to research more.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Best of luck. And that is, of course, our team number 8, which is from Jalot Logistics. So there you are. If you're watching right now, things are getting heated up. And come on, you have got to check out our distinguished judges. They are really sharp, right? Even though their presentation is different from what you see right behind on our LED walls, right? Okay, now coming up next, we have our team number 9. SGP Foods Private Limited is a high-tech resource efficiency company. Their vision is to bring Singapore closer to meeting her climate change goals through benchmark resource efficiency. Now, Trace, which is our SGP Foods carbon accounting system, is a highly scalable and minimum cost solution to monitor. And of course, on top of it, report and verify the positive impacts embedded in consumer products and services. Customers can also be assured of the sustainability claims of businesses by simply scanning a publicly available QR code. Let's check out our Team 9 Peach performance. Let's go.
Good day. I'm Peg Rin-Ning, the CEO and founder of SGP Foods. SGP Foods is a resource efficiency technology company incorporated in April 2020, right after the COVID-19 situation hit. Our company name was inspired by Singapore's need to achieve greater food security amidst the pandemic. SGP Foods is a resource efficiency technology company that solves the most pressing problems in climate change and food security. Our vision is to bring our climate back to pre-industrial levels by embarking on land management and technological projects while ensuring food security for Singapore and the world. The problem that we are tackling is that rural dwellers are finding it less lucrative to manage and tend to their lands based on traditional ways of farming. And the solution that we provide is to embark on scalable land management projects on fertile and underutilized lands in all parts of the world with the help of technological and scientific processes, in a process generating carbon credits, sequestering carbon from the atmosphere, while planting resource efficiency food crops. Our target market would be people who want to quantify carbon credits generated from farming operations, and they are namely the provincial landowners, the farmers, as well as the governments. And they are incentivized by additional revenue streams and increased income that they may gain. In terms of market size, for the provincial landowners, it would be a collective of at least 1 million people. For farmers, there would be 425 million of them. And then for the governments, there would be 31 provinces in China. From a business model point of view, from a client's view, they benefit from new revenue streams from carbon credits. They also benefit from monitoring and reporting services for carbon credits. And they also enjoy ensured demand for their food crops. From our company's business point of view, the revenue model would include taking a cut from the added income that clients gain in a franchise model, and to get fees for providing SOPs, licensing, as well as guidance to these stakeholders. Our projected growth rate is 300% year-on-year with a net income of net income growth, and our break-even point is at year 2. In terms of traction, this is what we have done so far. So we have developed the proprietary middleware and back end of the technology. We have executed the processes, and we have developed innovative technologies for cropland monitoring. We also have a scientific methodology in place. In terms of marketing for provincial landowners, farmers, and governments, the channels will be through referrals, words of mouth, endorsements, and then we also sell ourselves from the track record that we have and the SOPs that we may provide through channels such as websites and social media, in which we recognize the China market is prime and ready for. In terms of the marketing objective, we would like to acquire 20% of our clients within the first 2 years and test out our solutions out in 10 provinces. We would like to gain market prominence in the process and business traction to solve the biggest challenge, which is the lucrativeness in management and tending of the lands based on traditional ways of farming. For competitive advantages, we actually tackle climate change from a food security standpoint. We are a one-stop provider for carbon management solutions. We have scientifically proven processes in place. We also have proprietary and customized carbon quantification tools, and there's massive scalability to what we do due to the software centricity, as well as the franchise model that we have in place. We stand out from our competition by the fact that we have actual carbon projects going on, and this gives us experience in running the fringe services that come together with it. In terms of financial projections, for the 3rd year, we are projected to gain $33 million in revenue from our land management projects and $15 million in revenue from our software projects. Also in the 3rd year, in terms of ROI, our expected profit margin is 60% with a 952% net income growth. And these are the breakdown of the projects that we have from both the land management side and the software side, in which software side includes drone technologies, security solutions, and data analytics solutions. What we do is in tandem with the developments in Singapore from both the climate and the food aspects, which gives us credibility in what we do. The milestones that we have, so we have accrued $250,000 in revenue so far with 37% of profit margin. We have been mentioned by the Deputy Prime Minister of Singapore in his speech, and we have MOUs with institutes of higher learning as well as technology companies in different parts of the world. These are some of the exciting things that we have been up to. So what exactly do we do? We have summarized some of the things that we do over here. So a reiteration of what I've shared so far. So these are the projects from the carbon side and the revenue streams from the carbon side. These are the projects from our software side, as well as the revenue streams from our software side. So this is a little screenshot of the dashboard that we did for one of our clients so far. So this is my team, myself as a CEO. I've had experience running businesses, and I studied at MIT, UC Berkeley, Zhejiang, and SUTD in China and US. My co-founder has had 4 decades of experience in software, and he has worked in big tech companies. And my software and operations lead, he is a great idea synergizer, and he's a fantastic coder as well. So my team also has PhDs in bioengineering, advisors in legal and marketing aspects as well. And we also have a great financial modeler. Okay, this is our long-term roadmap. So the 2 years target would be break even at that point in time, and with a profit margin of 40%, on track to a revenue of 48 million in 2025, which would be the 3rd year, as we mentioned just now. And then in combination with the various other things we do in agri-tech and software, the expected revenue total valuation of our company would be 1.5 billion, which would put us on track to being a unicorn. So this is a summary of what we do, and so the target market will be the provincial landowners, the farmers, the governments. We solution to improve their income while doing good for the environment, while maximizing the use and efficiency of their lands through carbon crediting solutions enabled by proprietary technology and our land management model, with an ROI of 60% in year 3, profitable by year 2, rate of growth 300% year on year. So with that, I thank you for your time with us and would like your support as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is, of course, a pitch performance from SGP Trace. Now, right now, we're going to invite the ladies to be here up here on stage together with us. We have Yun Ning with us, right? And how about the lady that's next to you? What's her name? Sorry? Clarice. Oh, okay, Clarice. Look into the camera over there. We have Clarice and Yun Ning right here from SGP Trace. And over to you. Judges, fire away.
I saw your presentation this is Ivan Liu. I saw your presentation that it said financial goals in 2 years versus what you presented. So first point is different from what you have submitted, the presentation. The presentation given is a financial goal in 2 years, and you presented financial goal in 3 years. So based on the difference, how do you work between 5 million in revenue, and then on your 3rd year is 33 million in revenue? So that's my first question. So your ROI was not inside your submission. So I can't make I didn't actually catch that also. So can you please explain these 2 points?
Okay,
yeah.
sure. Okay, sure. So actually they had 2 rounds of submission. So the one we submitted is in line with the 2nd round. But I can explain how the numbers came about. So the one that we presented in this slide would be the final one. And so just now you mentioned about 5 million, right? It's I believe that's like the 1st or 2nd year projected revenue, in which we only put like small little words in the slides for this round. But we look at the 3rd year projection, which is the important one, right? So in total, the 3rd year revenue would be $48 million. And then the breakdown would be 33 million from our land management project and 15 million from our software projects.
So how do you achieve that? That's my question. Yeah. I mean, based on the delta difference, it's crazy. I mean, it's amazing. But if you could share, how do you achieve that? Yeah.
Okay, so the key to it is to understand the scalability of the initiative. So because we work on this assumption that year on year the land that we manage to so-called use would be doubled, you know. So the assumption is that in 2 years' time there would be 200,000 hectares of land available. So that's how we extrapolated the numbers to get what we have.
So what was your ROI? You said that in your presentation.
The yeah.
You have a slide that is not inside the submitted slides. So there was a ROI that you written with an orange or red colored background. Yeah.
Orange or red color. I believe Maybe I talk about the profit margin instead. Yeah, so in the third year, the expected profit margin is 60%. The expected profit margin in the second year is 40%. And then the break even will be in the second year. Mm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, we have 3 more minutes to go. Judges, any more questions? How about Elvin? Elvin, do you have any questions for our team over here?
Yeah, I noticed that you seem to, I mean, the company seems to be achieving quite a bit of traction in Mexico in itself. Could you comment between, your interactions in Mexico and your corporate activities or your collaborative activities here in Southeast Asia and also, Nanning, in southern China, if you have the chance to be part of, to be in Nanning in itself? Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Okay, so it's about how relevant it is, right? Okay, so in Mexico, the similarity is that it's also a developing area, and there are people who are interested in upskilling themselves and improving their lives. They see the internet is widespread and prevalent, and they see opportunities. So what they actually need is they need the guidance and the inspiration to actually understand that there are better ways of doing things. For example, better crops that they could grow that could yield higher returns, and then they can generate carbon credits from their process at the same time, which is also an added revenue stream for them. So firstly, we do recognize the China market is actually interested in this. I've spoken to some China stakeholders and people in Singapore who can bridge to China, and they've stated that at least the governments over there are very interested in getting the carbon market more mature in China. Mm.
So for me, I used to deal with the fertilizer organization, and the biggest issue was a rural approach to farming. And with rural approach to farming, you need to have a lot of education. And if I look at your traction, you want to do 48 million from 200K in 3 years, and you need to educate the market. You need to kind of work with farmers that are looking at their crops, looking at their fertilizers, and you want to think them beyond their day-to-day hardship work. How are you going to do it? I mean, I can't see the traction in 3 years, growing this way, where you need to do a lot of educational activities. And you are talking about that people will, word of mouth kind of, and governmental support. It's a lot of activities. What's the key? What's the magic? How are you going to achieve it?
Yeah, absolutely. So in fact, actually the China education market is pretty intensive, So I guess what it is to help to shift it more towards the agricultural side of things. So China market is ready in itself. So what we would do is we would work with trusted local partners to actually get this educational initiative on agriculture going. And then in turn, they can help to educate the farmers. But that also means, firstly, we have to educate our own cooperative first, and that will be part of our approach. Mm.
There you are. Thank you very much to our team number 9, SGP, which is our trades, right? Okay. Super awesome. Thank you very much, judges, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, now we have already proceeded with our 3 teams so far, which is right after our lunch, right? So right now we're going to go for a 15 minutes break. And after this break, we'll be back with another 3 more teams for their wonderful pitch performance. Meanwhile, stay online together with us. I'll see you in 15 minutes time.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology (ICT) to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology (ICT) to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With 2 different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. Welcome back to our China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. And of course, I hope you guys have a great 15 minutes break. We're going to have our last three teams for today. And of course, tomorrow, you have to stay online with us too, all right? Because we have another few more teams to go. Team number 10. TripTax. TripTax is a technology company specializing in tourist tax refund with their HQ in Singapore and operating in France through its subsidiary TripTax. Of course, TripTax has internally developed a solution for easy tax refund, totally digitalized, blockchain secure, very flexible, and capable of being implemented on a platform, third party, and white label. Now, the TripTax solution allows the user to get rid of receipts and invoices in a paper format, shop at any store without minimum per store, no queue at store or airport, and on top, of course, we also have our instant payment of tax refund too. So let's take a look at our TripTax pitch performance. Take it away.
Hello, my name is Arnaud. I'm the CEO and founder of TripTax. TripTax is a tourist tax refund company, and I'm going to explain how we are making the future of tomorrow. First of all, what is tourist tax refund? Tourist tax refund is a scheme, it's a privilege that has been developed in more than 50 to 70 countries that allow travelers that are visiting the country to get back some of the taxes, the VAT, the GST, that they paid on the purchases, retail purchases that they're exporting outside of the country. The market is very large. We estimate today $1.4 trillion of spending by tourists and 300 billion alone for the retail spending. The tax amount is estimated at more than 33 billion. It's a big pie, and there's only very few people to actually eat it. So what is the problem here we're trying to solve? First of all, the market is dominated by two companies. The two companies together dominate 93% of the market, and they have no incentive to innovate. Why? It's because they work on a partnership model. Partnership model means they do have contracts with retail stores. You've all heard a lot of awful stories of people that did tourist tax refund, or maybe you experienced it yourself. It's every time very bad experience. A lot of queues and paperwork to fill at the store, a lot of queue again at the airport, a lot of queue again to get your money back. And if you get it back immediately, otherwise you have to wait a lot of time to get your money back. And for all this, you're paying highly fees, between 40 to up to 60% in some cases. This is the same problem everywhere in the world. It is also the same problem in China. So this is why we developed TripTax. What is TripTax? Is a very unique model where we don't have any partnerships. What does that mean? Is that we don't work with stores. It just works at any store across the country. As long as you are GST or VAT registered, it will just work. Doesn't matter if you're already signed with another operator or not, it will just work. So there's no minimum spending per store, there's no form to fill and print, and more importantly, you're getting more money back and much faster. It takes seconds on what used to take hours. Lastly, what is important with TripTax is that while the market is focused mostly on the luxury aspect, TripTax is focusing on all the markets. All the shopping is valid. How does it work? It's very simple. There's two pictures. One picture when you're making your purchase and you're getting an invoice, picture of your invoice, and one selfie. That's it, only two pictures per store. Once you're done with your trip, you just press a button, I'm done shopping, and everything is happening by magic. Everything is filled for you, is done for you, it's generated within the app. Lastly, when you leave the country, you just have to validate your phone directly on the point of exit. How is it possible? We are the first tech company that's entering in this market. What does that mean? It means that we are bringing the latest and the best of the technology to this market to make your life easier and to make the partner's life easier. So what are the key points of our technology? First of all, the entire flow is on the blockchain, where we add all the different recording for the transaction. This allows us to be fully transparent with the government and live audits on every transaction that's happening. I mentioned earlier that we take selfies during shoppings. What does that mean? It means that we have automated biometrics KYC flow checks around the chain. Of course, all the forms and all the processing is done automatically. And lastly, we are distributed digitally via mobile app, web app directly from any browser on your smartphone, and even white label for the partners that I'm going to explain in a minute. So the model is distribution is quite different also for what existing today. We are the only one to do that. First of all, direct to consumer. Anyone can use TripTax directly if they heard about it. Then we have B2B2C, which is an affiliate model classic where the partners, they can share across. And we also have a white label model for integrating directly within partners' ecosystem. This works, of course, on a lot of different verticals, including aviation, transportation, OTAs, agencies, GMS, hospitality, and so forth and so on. And we also consult government projects. This is a small example on how it would look like for a white label partner. Our revenue model is very straightforward. We take 25% flat fee on the refund that are provided to the tourist. Why 25%? Because it's really, really much better than what the competition is doing, with up to 60% commission in some case. So for direct to consumer, we keep the money. In the B2B models, we split that up to 50% with the partners. And in the white label, we can also charge SS fee. For government projects, it of course depends on the size. So, in a nutshell, what is our value proposition? Consumers have a great experience, amazing, very fast, really efficient, more money and money fast. Corporate partners, they offer a new service that couldn't be offered before, since they were not included into the current ecosystem, that generate additional revenue for them and also in high demand, and customers, they love it for them. And government, they have a full control over the entire flow with a blockchain access at all time, reducing fraud, reducing manpower, and making sure that the solution is tailored to their needs. So we have been on the market for some time. We have headquartered in Singapore, but we have subsidiaries already in France and Romania. We are live with hundreds of customers and more than 85 partners. And we are looking forward, of course, to arrive in China. Any smart city and any smart country need to be able to offer this type of solution in order for increasing tourist spend in the country. Revenue. It's very simple model. I explained earlier how we make money. What is the key number to remember here is 3,000. With 3,000 transactions per month, we can be profitable across the board. So the question is, can we do it, get 3,000 transactions, 3,000 tourists using TripTax every month? The answer is yes. So with more people, more scaling, we're good. Team-wise, we are 9 people today in the team. So we come from 6 different countries and we speak 9 different languages. So we are fully equipped to deal this. The entire technology is in-house, developed by ourselves. And the company itself is backed by very prominent VCs, family offices, and also different corporate partners and banks. So I'm very happy to have been able to introduce TripTax today, and I take any answer and questions. Bye-bye.
Wow, wow. This is really, really interesting, especially for shopping queen like me. Wow. Team 10, which is our TripTax. Shall we invite him right up here in the studio? Come on up here and join me.
Thank you for having me. Hello, judges.
I already love your app.
Thank you very much.
I'll pass you over
judges.
to our judges. Look into the camera. Judges, please take it away.
Yeah, first question, it's about user acquisition, right? How will you actually, acquire users?
Of course. So there's two parts of user acquisition. The first one is, of course, direct to consumer, which is, I would say, marketing ad spending game, which we are not doing at the moment because it costs a lot of money. So it's more or less word of mouth at the moment. Where is the main difference is between the B2C model, where we actually sell this solution, propose this solution to our partners, either on white label or an affiliate solution, and they are the one doing the marketing, paying for it. That's why there's such a high, I would say, revenue share of up to 50%.
Okay, I would like to ask you 3 questions. One is, how do you ensure that the receipt is not fraudulent? Question 1. Question 2, how do you work with the government in terms of receiving the tax physically? How do you do that? Third question is, how long do you take to return the money to the to the users?
Okay, thank you. I will respond to your answers backwards. First of all, as soon as we have got the confirmation, either at the point of exit or when the user is back home, we refund instantly. So it depends on the payment or method which is decided. Can be credit card, can take as little as 30 minutes up to 48 hours. But in case of specialty payment, for example, in Singapore here we have Pay Now, so it would be instant. So we have different ways, but generally we transfer instantly. After it depends on the how they choose. So the licensing is very important to operate in this sector because, of course, it's critical for you to be licensed by the government. In most countries, you need to apply to a license and you need to work with the government to make sure that your flow and scheme is indeed secured and anti-fraud. That's where it comes to your first question, how do we ensure that everything is valid? First of all, we have audits internally and externally and by the government to make sure it's valid. But technology-wise, the magic is happening is when you're scanning the invoice at the point of store, we are looking at your GPS location versus the GPS location on the invoice that you just scanned. We are looking, so if you are the same person who created the account, the same on the passport, the same receipt on the GPS location, but also at the same time, we are looking at the GST VAT number and connecting it in real time with government services to make sure that the store is real, it exists, you're supposed to where you're to be, and all the items on the list are eligible. So it's a lot of, I would say, technical happening in the background.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I got one question. Yeah, so it's very interesting solution. I just wonder how easy for you to replicate this project in any country. Yeah, how long does it take to replicate it? Thank you.
So first of all, I would say the hardest one was the first one, which was the French. France took us, I would say, almost a year and a half to get things going. Of course, COVID played a role here because I would say everybody is a little bit shy when you're trying to sell, I would say, a technical travel solution during COVID. But I would say it takes on average 6 to 8 months to get a license to operate in this market. And our strategy is to be extremely, I would say, open and compliant with regulations on the government. There's some companies who try to actually blow it up and saying, hey, you're doing so bad, let us do better. On our side, we aim to be as compliant as possible, in some cases up to 99% of the cases. And just for the little one that would be different, we will, in this case, get, I would say, government approval for that.
Right, judges, we still have 1 minute, 25 seconds. Any more?
Just wondering, right? Yeah, just wondering how would TripTax aim to enter the China market, or how do you normally enter a new geographic or country market in itself, given that China might still have, the lockdown may not ease up anytime soon in itself. Yeah.
So let's be more specific with China. So China, like every country, you will need a license to operate. That's why this competition is very interesting to get to build this connection with the government. And once we have the license to operate, I think we're going to keep pushing on our B2B model, where we would want to partner with either prominent shopping malls or with airlines. We're already working with airlines or with companies that are sending people in China. There's a lot of tour groups that are organized, a lot of OTAs that are organizing trips to China, so we want to partner with those. So there's the inbound aspects that which is developing into China, but of course today we have many Chinese users already using TripTax when they go overseas.
Any more questions, judges? We still have a good 20 seconds to go. No, judges?
I think they are downloading the app already.
No, I'm thinking is what's your ROI like for your app? How do you work out your ROI? Yeah.
Okay, so for the ROI, like I mentioned earlier, it's since we are fully, I would say, infrastructure-less, so the costs for us are quite low, and with only 3,000 transactions monthly, we already are at break-even point. So it's very hard to talk in terms of pure ROI, but definitely it's cash positive quite fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And judges, if you don't mind, can I ask a question on, as a consumer base, right? Sure. You mean it's like I really do not need to keep queue at the airport anymore? I don't even need to show the customs officer what I bought?
So this is also the magic of the blockchain here, is because we give so much information in advance to the government. So far, not a single customer of us has been asked to show goods. They can just exit at the airport, just scanning their phone on the kiosk, and so far no control. Maybe we're just lucky, or maybe technology is helping here.
Wow, that is awesome. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you. That is, of course, our Team 10 Trip Tags. Wow. And we're going to move on to our Team 11 over here, Soil Social. Now, Soil Social is a biotechnology startup in the waste management industry. Now, they utilize a precise production method to turn different types of urban waste into high-quality compost that can be used for gardening, horticulture, agriculture usage too. Now we develop these specialized composts with different nutrient and not only that our microbiology profiles that is optimized for the growth performance of different plants. Now let's check out our team right here, which is our Soil Social for their peach performance. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jaden, the co-founder of Soil Social. Soil Social is a startup which mission is to reduce urban waste while empowering sustainable agriculture. We use biotechnology in order to convert local waste streams into high-quality compost, such as to boost soil health and also plant nutrition. Our vision is to create a circular food system where we retain and recycle the nutrients in organic waste to produce food sustainability. While we divert waste away from the incinerator, we are able to reduce carbon emissions and even capture carbon when we nurture better soil. You may wonder why soil? This is because soil is very important to keep some of our ecological functions such as carbon capture and also food production. Because of industrialized farming, our topsoil has been diminishing, which we have to depend on to produce over 90% of our food. Hence, a solution such as compost application is essential in order to help remediate this degraded soil. 2, we are running out of finite resources that is used for synthetic fertilizer. This could result in very dramatic spike in food prices in the future, and hence we need a more renewable food resource. We are addressing also 2 key gaps in the composting market. 1, the existing composting companies in the industry, they are focusing on the efficacy in terms of speed of breaking down organic waste, but often the output is actually unusable for plants. It's usually too oily, too salty, and even sometimes toxic. The second part is that there is a lack of solutions in the market to actually produce compost specific to the different plant needs. This leaves us a great room to actually work on. Looking into the China's landscape, there is a huge and increasing organic market in China. Because of the growing health consciousness in China, it is actually the 4th largest organic sales market in the world. China also has a need to tackle the organic food waste section because they have the largest solid waste production in the world, and they have actually pumped in over $18 billion to actually address this. As you can tell that the compost market in China is growing steadily, and this means that it's actually a good time for Soil Social to enter the market. Our solution is in providing high quality and also customized compost for different plants made with waste streams. We have developed proprietary recipes and also developed a very precise production process that includes temperature and moisture monitoring using IoT systems. We're able to customize the nutrient and also microbiology makeup of our compost and to optimize for the different performance of various plants such as fruiting vegetables and also leafy greens. Our unique selling point is that our compost is fully broken down into accessible nutrients for plants to uptake, and it also have a lot of beneficial microbes that can help to aid plant health. Our business model is segmented into 3, B2C, B2B, and also B2G. Our first business model is to off-take the waste produced by waste-generating companies such as breweries, taking off spent grain from them, converting them into high-quality compost, which then can be sold to retail customers and also landscapers and farms. In order to create a sustainable business model, we will also profit share with the waste contributors. Our second business model is to create urban waste management system and also urban farming services. This is a zero-mile solution to convert waste directly to productive produce for consumption. We can actually offer these services to businesses and also government. Besides getting back a one-time revenue from setup costs, we can also get a recurring revenue from operating and maintaining these setups. Hence, it's very lucrative for Soy Social. As we look at the market size in China, we are confident that we will achieve 435 billion yuan in terms of obtainable market in 5 years if we offer our services and products to the urban compost market. Soy Social has been putting in a lot of effort experimenting with 11 different types of urban waste and also validated the performance of our compost. We have found that our compost perform exceedingly well as compared to synthetic fertilizer and other organic products in terms of nutrient density. We have also launched our products to the market, selling compost, soy mix, and even upcycled planters to the market to test for market reaction through e-commerce and also physical partnerships. Also, we have been actively growing our community by conducting educational workshops and also community engagement, conducting meaningful events such as allowing people to exchange waste for produce or compost. This is so as to enact positive behavior change in communities. We have received really great feedback from our customers, including edible and also ornamental plant owners, and this signifies that our products are on the right track in terms of quality. Our team is made up of two of us, Yiping, who is the Chief Operating Officer. She has over 10 years experience in organic farming and also edible landscaping. She's also a lab technician for soil microbiology. And for me, Jaden, I have a business marketing background and also over 3 years of experience in hydroponic and soy-based farming. We are accompanied by really experienced advisors who have been helping us shape our business blueprint and go-to-market strategies. Now is the time, because there is a growing need for urban waste management, growing demand for organic produce, and also an increasing need for urban solutions to reduce and capture carbon. We invite you to join us in our journey for better soil, better plants, and healthier communities. Thank you.
Yay, definitely to better soil. Now that will be our team 11, which is our soil social. Now we have with them, with us in the studio today, which is our Jaden and Yiping, right? Come on, join me on stage over here. There you are. Hello. Hi, how have you been?
Very good.
Awesome. Okay, look in the camera over there. You can see our 5 judges over there. Judges, fire away.
Hi, hello. I'd like to ask about your customer acquisition. What is your marketing strategy to acquire a client?
Sorry, I can't really hear you very well. Customer acquisition strategy.
Acquisition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So far, what we have been focusing on is really educating the market, because currently the knowledge of like soil and compost is still rather limited in consumers. But once we actually run workshops with them, we actually educate them on like the quality, like why it's important to actually nurture better soil and use good compost. So we believe in nurturing a very first layer of loyal customers, and then the network effect will take place when there's word of mouth. We are also going to share some of our findings from our plant experiments. So it's actually very visual when you can tell, like when you use a certain fertilizer as compared to a good compost, like what is the difference in terms of performance. So unlike a lot of the competitors in the market that just compete based on price, we want to really show true value and also cultivate that loyal following. So we believe that in China, will also work because there's actually quite a viral effect once you can show something which is very visible to the eyes. Yeah.
I have a question. Sorry, please go ahead. Yeah.
No. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you talk about the use of IoT, right, in your solution. Can you explain more how IoT is used?
So actually what we have done is we are tracking the temperature of different compost piles and also the moisture level of different piles. So far we have experimented on 6 different piles with 11 types of different waste. So different piles have different reaction over time. So it's important for us to track this using IoT in order to inform the mechanical process that we design for different types of waste. So this is where the IoT devices come into play for the different types of waste that we are trying to valorize.
To add on to what Yiping said, right, it's very interesting. Actually, the moisture level and also the temperature informs us of the metabolic process of microorganisms. And also, like, in terms of the moisture level, if we can keep it at an optimal level, that's actually where the microorganisms are really thriving and is in large colony. So a lot of the companies, they don't really look at such microscopic details, but the thing is, from a lot of academic papers, we realized that if you actually get the, you can manipulate the microorganism colony, then you can actually directly affect the quality of the compost.
Okay. My question will be, this is nothing new. There's a lot of compost companies saying now multiple single organism, how many microbes and so on. The problems that we have faced is always the source of our compost before we do whatever we need to do to make it into a fertilizer. So how do you ensure that it is non-toxic for your source of your compost? So that's my question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So actually, it's very important for the segregation of waste. So we separate them in the beginning from plastics and other materials, especially from coffee grounds. There are things like metallic wrappers. So we are in the process of actually prototyping a machine that can help with waste segregation. So that is actually very, very important to ensure the usability of our compost. So of course, there are many different types of compost that companies are making at the moment, but they have been unable to standardize the colonization stages of different microorganisms. So that is where our specialty comes in. So we ensure that different batches are actually for different types of vegetables. So as we know that, for example, for fruiting vegetables, they require more of like potassium and phosphorus requirements in their growing medium. So we could actually customize that. Whereas for leafy vegetables, they would require a different set of microorganisms. So we will customize that as well.
Yeah, actually, I want to add on to this because you mentioned that the quality of the waste input is important. So what we are actually doing is actually to create a very attractive economic incentive for people to offload their waste to us. So they will have to sort out the waste, and then we will pay back a certain bit of a percentage of the sales. So we, in a way, right, like breweries, they will actually be more incentivized to already give us the waste for something back in return. So I think a lot of companies, they don't really have this win-win situation that is established between businesses that they are trying to tackle the waste from.
All right, our 5 minutes are up.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much to all our judges out there, and thank you to Team 11, our Soil Social. Thank you. Thank you, Jaden and Yiping right there. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the final team for today, which is our team 12. Fish Yu is a seafood trading platform that connects fishermen and process factories together directly. Now, their features include demand-based sourcing, online store for fishermen, easy payment method, and trackable orders with the purpose of creating a convenient seafood marketplace based on factories' demand and give fishermen accessibility to sell to the upper stakeholder. Now let's check out our Team 12 Peach performance. Let's go.
Seafood is considered as a luxury food in Thailand, as it is in every other countries. However, the fishermen who work so hard to cultivate them are taken advantage of by various stakeholders along the supply chain. This is the current supply chain of seafood in Thailand that I explored from a family who has been a seafood distributor for more than 30 years. There are at least 5 stakeholders between the fishermen and the process factories, and the price was already marked up twice. And after in-depth research, we found out that this bullwhip effect also happens across many other countries such as the Philippines, Indonesia, and China. To further explain this issue, we have interviewed a local fisherman in China where the local distributor monopolized the market and forced him to sell to the only one distributor with a very weak negotiating power over the price. He also highlighted that he has not yet received any support throughout his life. However, there are root causes for these problems. Firstly, the logistic costs. None of the stakeholders wish to pay for a burden of logistic costs. Plus, some of the fishermen do not have enough supply to cover the whole truck of logistic costs. Next, cash flow. We all know that most of the factories cannot pay cash immediately, while fishermen need to receive money right away when the order is sold. Currently, distributors are responsible for this burden. Last but not least, this industry is very traditional. The working process, pricing, and the quality are under-standardized and needed to be fixed. This is where FishU comes into play. FishU is a B2B seafood trading platform that sources the supply from fishermen and delivers them to the process factories directly while enabling them to pay in credits. FishU operation started by matching the supply and demands. Then we will do the quality checking before paying in cash to the fishermen and deliver them to a logistic partner that has many stop routing optimization. And because of the wide price gap, we can take the price margin and give 20% back to the fishermen while being able to deliver the goods at a higher quality. More than the profit that fishermen will receive from us, we also provide them with rewards to create a better fishing life. With FishU, we encourage sustainable fishing. The local fishermen who can only fish 3 miles away from the shore. Every inch of the ocean and every life in the ecosystem are matter for them. FishU will not only provide them more profit, but we will also teach them how to fish sustainably for a long-term success. Our target customer consisted of small to medium-sized fishermen, which they are able to use a smartphone, able to collect some amount of seafood, and not enough to cover the burden of the logistics system. And another is medium to large size process factories where they have a clear standard, have high demands per day, and have no fixed preference on where products are sourced from. As for the competitors' analysis of FishU, the current competitors at the moment are those who are already in the seafood supply chain, like the distributor or the middleman. But they only provide some functioning necessary for this supply chain to happen, such as provide logistic or credit payment. FishU will be the first in the market to provide all the functions. Our serviceable available market is worth 50.8 billion yuan, and our serviceable obtainable market is equal to 101 million yuan. In the future, FishU will be able to expand to several countries as its supply chain is commonly used in many other countries. According to our financial projection, FishU will grow exponentially, resulting in a break-even within 1 year and total profit of 3.9 billion yuan within 5 years of the operation. In the earlier quarter of this year, we have created our first traction in Thailand. The result of the first traction is very impressive. We received great feedback from the factory. They like that they do not have to deal with the logistics while still receiving the correct quality of the product. Moreover, they could save the labor costs, and their demand is higher than the supply that we currently have, which is a good sign for FishU that we could explain in the future. For China, we will penetrate this market by gaining fishermen first. To do so, we will use word-of-mouth strategy to create a network effect. For the factory side, we will direct sell to each factories and show them the benefit that current customer receive. We believe that with the unique understanding and insight from the industry, together with the team who have different backgrounds, such as business, technology, and design, we will be able to make FishU success and really transform this industry. This is our team, consisting of 4 members. I am Ramita, serving as a client acquisition. I will be in charge of bringing in new customer and supplier to FishU and the overall direction of our business. Next, Tanyanan, our UX/UI designer, who is experienced with using graphic design tools and also responsible for FishU financial projection. Next, Tanan, who is in charge of marketing strategy. He has experience in marketing for many projects. Last but not least, Natapum, who is responsible for operation management, will take care of all the processes, bringing our idea into life. FishU has also been recognized by people through the hackathon competition, and we won the 2nd place. With FishU, we will increase fishermen income by providing them the opportunity to be able to sell product to the upper chain. We believe that we will improve China's seafood industry standard and increase the ability of China's seafood industry to be able to compete with the international market. And that is all for FishU, a B2B seafood trading platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That will be our Team 12 Fish U. Right now, we're going to put them up here on screen. And of course, our judges, we have lots of questions for our Ramita, which is from Fish U. All right, once you're ready, judges, we're going to pass it over to you.
Hi, hello, Celine here. I had one question. Why do the factory processor factory and product, right, haven't already created something similar? And second question is, who is bearing the logistic cost then, if it's not the fisherman anymore?
Right. Thank you for the question. I will answer the first question first. You asked that why process factories don't go source the order from the fishermen themselves, right? Well, the reason there is that there's many root causes that create the barrier for them. First is that process factories want to pay fishermen in credits, like let's say 15 days or 30 days. But fishermen who have to work so hard, they cannot have that much time to wait for the money. So that's one of the barrier. And the second one is that the logistic itself, right? Like right now, the middleman who is either a middleman or distributor, they're the one who carry the burden of the logistic. So that means none of the process factories or fishermen wants to pay for that. So that's why they cannot connect together directly. And as you asked about the logistic, we as FishU will take care of the logistic for both stakeholders.
But who is paying for it at the end of the day? Still the processing factory, no?
Can you repeat the question again?
Who is paying for the logistic costs at the end of the day? It's still the processing factory, right?
Right. For this question, I will invite Natapum to answer this.
So in terms of the logistic cost, we will cut it from the price margin that we gain from the wide range of the margin that it is distributed right now for to different stakeholders in the chain. But yes, the customer will be the process factories, so we charge from them.
Right, we still have 2 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Judges, any more questions?
So for me, how do you scale this business? Because I understand you do it now in a smaller scale in one location or a few location. How do you do it in a market like China? What is the scalable kind of go-to-market strategy beyond the app? So and how do you kind of create, I would say like a universal added value for the factories to sign up with you and going beyond their day-to-day middleman logistic kind of setup that they have for sure functioning?
Right. First of all, what we're doing right now is that we try to penetrate each area first. Like let's say we have this specific area for the process factories, and then we also have this specific area for the fishermen, like the village. Well, our target fishermen, they always stay in the village. So that means when we penetrate one, we can get the whole village. That make us easier and easier to scale in the future. And to further explain about...
Can I stop you here? So basically you're saying, because I saw in your strategy that you do educational and word of mouth kind of activities. You go to every village by the coasts, or how are you gonna do it practically?
We will visit each coast one by one, but when we go down there, right, I have to say that our target, they're quite old already and they do not really have anything new to upgrade their business. So that means when we go down and help them, I believe that there will be a word of mouth that they spread these good things, that they could have a more efficiency with their business and also get more profit. And then the network effect would be help us to expand our business.
What I'm kind of missing is maybe some kind of unions for, fishermen, or some kind of local cooperatives, that not go one by one, kind of in your go-to-market strategy. So like the scalability seems very physical, but despite the fact you have a mobile app. Okay, thank you.
All right, that's our last 25 seconds to go. Any more questions? No? Okay, Fishy, do you have anything you'd love to say to our judges? Come on. 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Sure. I would love you to draw the attention and everything that related to Fishu, not to only the application itself, but I want you to see in the big picture that if we could really make this happen, either in China or any other countries, I have to say that this problem is not only in specific one country. If we can do this, we can expand this to other countries, that all the fishermen who work really hard, and this is very a traditional market, and also have a lot of money in it. No one have created anything new for this market, and we want to be that one to make their life and also the economics of each country better. Thank you.
Amen to that. I absolutely agree with you. And the fishermen, they need to have a better life. That's why I'm asking about the scalability, so you can really go ahead and do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again to our Fishy. Thank you for coming on to our studio right here. Thank you. Wow, judges are giving you a big round of applause. Thank you, Fishy. And once again, I would like to thank our distinguished judges too. A big thank you to Ivan, to Jonah, to Dr. Che, to Celine, and to Elvin. Thank you so much for being our judge for today. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the results will be announced tonight at our social media, which is our Facebook, Instagram, and of course, our LinkedIn page too. Now, please do remember to follow our social media for the updates. Of course, we'd like to say a big thank you to all our participating partners, judges, mentors, and of course, our participants too. The top 12 grand finalists will be mentored by the following. Let's check out our slide over here, right? We have our Jeremy, of course, we have Peru, Ian, quite a number of us around here, which will be our mentor who will be mentoring our top 12 grand finalists right there. All right. And of course, for our organizing partners, now this competition is hosted by Nanning Municipal DNR Commission, organized by Nanning Municipal Big Data Bureau, Nanning Foreign Affairs Office, and Cloud Bay Big Data Industry Development Company Limited. The event organizer is Idea Mark. From the government side of support, we have Enterprise Singapore, Malaysian Global Innovation and Creativity Center. From our university partners, we have Singapore University of Social Sciences, Chulalongkorn University, UniMass, and we have Singapore Management University. Now, from our commercial partners, we have Scape Singapore, AP Media, the 2B Compass, Sennheiser, Seed Legals, Trevor, New XP Group, Advantage Digital, 广西双文教育咨询有限公司, Key Reply, IG International Group, Axion, and Hans Grohe. For our venture capitalists, we have Plug and Play Tech Center, Funded Here, Optimal Investment. For our accelerator and incubator, we have QBO, Global Innovation Exchange, Idea Space, Startup Junkie, and Accelerator. For our non-profit organization, of course, we have our Business China Singapore. Now, do not forget to follow us on our social media. You can see it on the screen right there. Be it whether it's Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, or YouTube, you have got to follow us all. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow at the same time, same platform right here, we will be having another 12 more teams. Thank you so much for joining us for this competition for today. I'm going to see you tomorrow, all right? My name is Sylvia. I'm signing out for now. Goodbye.
Our world is changing, adapting, transforming from innovation to progression. We advance towards a smarter world. Welcome to China-ASEAN New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition 2022. Using information and communication technology, ICT, to improve operational efficiency and quality of life. A smart city optimizes city functions through big data and smart technology, which in turn promotes economic growth. From all corners of the world, a multitude of ideas emerged and formed the foundation of our smart cities today. Do you have what it takes to add to the betterment of this grand design? With two different categories to compete for, enable your vision, your ideas to come alive. Grand finalists will also enjoy the incubation of Cloud Bay, allowing you to gain access to the ecosystem, network, and connection of China's market. Everyone's journey starts somewhere. Take your first steps with us.
A very warm welcome to our 5th China-ASEAN's New Smart City Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition.